Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. This honorable commission is now in session pursuant to adjournment. May God bless this country and God bless this county. Mr. Chairman.
Clerk will do the pledge at this time. I'm sorry, we'll pray first. Mr. Becker, would you please lead us in prayer?
Let us pray. Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for letting us come together tonight and handle the county's business. Give us all the wisdom as we go and we discuss all the items on the agenda. Lord, please be with continue to be with all the citizens over in East Tennessee, Western Carolina, as they work their way through the devastation from the recent hurricanes. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
And now Carolyn will lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Each commissioner record your presence.
All right, we have 22 present. I know that Commissioner Sullivan is on his way back from Georgia. He did call me to let me know who is the other person that's... Lambert. Oh yes, Commissioner Lambert did say that he would be absent. Do I have a motion to approve the regular agenda? Motion and a second. Pardon?
I'd like to add an item.
All right.
I'd like to add an item to discuss with the city of Hendersonville concerning the roundabout, whatever, where we're wanting to attach on one of the county roads. I forget the name of the county road, but I think everyone understands what I'm talking about there. So,
is there a second? Second. All right. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. No. Madam Clerk, put that on the board, please.
Which is yes and which is no?
Yes would be to place it on the agenda. No is not.
What color?
Green on the agenda, red not. Everyone understand that? Green and red, all right.
Each commissioner record your vote.
All right, with 10 yeses and 12 noes, that fails. Motion to approve the agenda. So moved. Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. All right, the agenda is set. Approval of the consent agenda. So moved, Mr. Chairman. Okay.
I'll second it so we can discuss it, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to remove 2410-03 from the consent agenda.
24 what?
1003.
03, you
Yes,
want
sir.
to remove it, okay. All right, that will be removed and placed on the agenda under budget.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make an amendment to approving the agenda to remove item 2410-39.
All right, 241039. There is a motion to remove that from the agenda. Is there a second to that? Second. Right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Place that on the board, Madam Clerk. To remove it or not from the agenda. Commissioner.
I think everybody may have the same question. Mine is, I'm trying to understand this because I thought this person had already been reassigned. Is this on there to reassign again to a different position? Can somebody explain this?
This is a new item.
But we already reassigned that position to a different office
Right.
a couple months ago. So
And this is
for
a
it to
new
be on
item.
there would be to reassign to another new office?
Yes.
So by removing it, we'd be keeping her where we,
We've already approved the agenda, so it doesn't matter. We can't move it.
no, you're good. If that's the case, then it's a moot point.
Just one more. Jennifer, did we actually have a vote on that? Right, we're on the consent agenda now, so I'm going to say that we did approve that. So it'll stay on the agenda. You can have your say at the particular time.
So it is staying, okay.
Consent agenda was approved, I think, right? All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Approval of minutes for September 16th. Second? All in favor say aye. Opposed, like sign. All right, now, we have recognition of the public. If you will hand me those. Those who have signed up to speak on the roundabout, that is not on the agenda, and our rule is that it has to be on the agenda. That has not been placed on the agenda. So please just know that your name will not be called. Now, let me say this about recognition of the public and for the commissioners too. We try to be pretty civil here, and it's easy with this many people for things to get a little lax at times, but we want to be civil, not direct our questions or our comments to a particular person. So please remember that when you are making comments. Jim Latimer.
Jim Latimer, 1578 Latimer Lane, Hendersonville, Tennessee. I'm here to speak about the Brown House. First off, let me acknowledge the wonderful gift that Mr. Brown gave to the citizens of Sumner County in leaving the house and the money that he left to the school board. Let me give you a little bit of history of the house and the property. That house was built by my sixth generation ago great-grandfather Charles Latimer. He was the son of Jonathan Latimer. It was built sometime in the neighborhood of 1797, possibly a little bit later than that. It's an old log house which is covered up by brick veneer. Let me give you, there's a lot of history involved with the people that owned that property and built the house. Jonathan Latimer was born in 1724 in New London, Connecticut. He was the fourth generation of Latimers in this country. They arrived here in 1635. Through his mother's line, he could trace back to the Mayflower. William Brewster was her ancestor, and he was one of the leaders of the Mayflower group that came over. Jonathan enlisted in the Army at a pretty young age. At that time, he was fighting for king and country in the French and Indian War. He went to Ticonderoga during that conflict. After the country declared its independence, he served on the side of the colonial army. He had the Connecticut militia that he was involved in. He was a commander and a various officer in that. Now, he was at the siege of Boston during the American Revolution. In 1776, he was in New York. The men that were there with him stood on the steps of the courthouse and heard the Declaration of Independence read to those soldiers that were there. These men put everything on the line in order for us to be able to fly this flag. If the U.S. had lost the war, if these men had been caught, they would have been hung, they would have been drawn and quartered, or they would have been put in a prison barge and just perished there. Jonathan was in New York. He was involved in the Battle of Long Island, Harlem Heights, Brooklyn. Whenever Washington had his army in New York, he made sort of a questionable decision. He split his army. The British generals saw that he had split his army and decided that they would take advantage of it and try to flank them and destroy the colonial army in New York and just stamp out this rabble that it was standing up against the biggest military power in the world. The colonial army had to make a pretty hasty retreat out of New York to get free. And if you see pictures of Washington crossing the river, they did get out. But as Colonel Latimer, he was a lieutenant colonel serving under Samuel Selden in the Connecticut militia. As they were trying to get out, the British Army and the Hessian mercenaries caught them at the corner of 23rd and 3rd Avenue, and they had a hand-to-hand combat there trying to get free. Now, this was not, standoff fighting. These guys were close-in fighting, bayonets, swords, and they finally were able to get free, but his commander, Colonel Samuel Selden, who was his friend and commander, was captured, and he would die in a British prison camp a few months later. Jonathan would be promoted to the commander of the Connecticut militia for his area. He, in one battle, was involved. He had a long coat on, and he had his promotion papers in his pocket. And one of the gentlemen that served with him said that in the middle of the battle, he saw him slap his hand on his side. And they didn't realize what it was till they got back to the tents after the battle. And when he pulled his promotion papers out of his pocket, there was a mini ball in that paper. So that stopped the bullet from hitting him and ending Jonathan Latimer's career. Now, after that, he was present at Saratoga. And if all y'all know what Saratoga was, it's one of the pivotal battles in the American Revolution. He and another Connecticut group of militia were on the right-hand side of the engagement. They held that flank. And now, a couple of interesting things. A very famous name that probably y'all have heard all your life and not in this light, Benedict Arnold, was from Connecticut. He was a friend of Colonel Latimer. Before the battle, he had gotten into it with the commanding officers of the Continental Army. They had sent him back to his tent. And he heard the sound of battle, and as he heard that, he jumped on a horse and galloped toward the front. As he went down the road, he passed a group of militiamen there, and he said, whose men are these? And they said, Colonel Jonathan Latimer. And he told me, he said, tell my old friend I'll see him at the front. Now, if he would have been shot and killed there, he would have probably been remembered as one of the greatest heroes of the American Revolution. And as y'all know,
if you'll wind down within just a few
Jonathan was there at Saratoga. He went ahead and they held the right wing that allowed the French to come in and side with the Americans, helped us win the Revolution, came here in 1790. His son Nathaniel was killed at the Battle of Rock Island as he was in a militia group pursuing some brave Indians who had raided the area. His other son Witherell was at Buchanan Station. They held off the group of 300 Indian braves which had come to destroy the fledgling community of Nashville. Jonathan died in 1806. A lot of history there that we're proud of as the family, but there's a lot of history that the community can be proud of. And we ask everybody to honor Colonel Jonathan and Mr. Brown's wishes for that house to be preserved. Thank you all for hearing me.
Thank you. The first two names on the agenda were on the roundabout. You understand we're not speaking on that tonight because it's not on the agenda. Tommy Latimer will have 5 minutes, please.
I'm Tommy Latimer, 264 Hester Road, Portland. I've lived here all my life except for the time I was in service, and my job carried me to Florida for 8 years, but I came back. Jimmy pretty much covered the military record of Colonel Johnson, so I'll skip over that. The Latimer property, Colonel Johnson came here, he bought 640 acres from Daniel James. Now, Daniel James had acquired that property the year before, and a land grant from North Carolina. He gave 189 acres to his son Charles, who built the Brown house. It stayed in the Latimer family until 1910, 1790 to 1910, 120 years. It went into the Griffin family, and it stayed in that family, not by the Griffin name, but passed from daughters that married. Name changed, but the property, all of the wills said for $10 or for $5 or whatever. But in 1910, it went into the Griffin family, stayed in that till 63, I think it was. About 50 years, 50-some years. And Ms. Brown and her first husband bought it. Well, after her first husband died, she married Mr. Brown in 1970, April of 70, and they lived there the rest of their life. Mr. Brown made a very good gift to the county. In fact, it was everything he had accumulated in his lifetime, basically. So I'd just like to see the county observe, honor his wishes, and preserve the old house. That was his only thing. The park is fine, but his idea was preserve the house. He made an agreement with Dr. Phillips that that would be done. And I ask you to do it as a way of thanking him. Don't kick him in the teeth. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy McClard, pardon me, Diane Stinson. Diane Stinson. 5 minutes, please.
Hi, I'm Diane Stinson, 1011 Lindell Drive, Castellan Springs. The house that we're talking about that Mr. Brown donated to the county was built by my 5th great-grandfather, Charles Latimer. So therefore, I have a vested interest in seeing it preserved. The donation that Mr. Brown donated to this county was an exceptional gift. This has caused me a great deal of distress seeing how it has been handled for the past almost 8 years. I've been a lifelong Sumner County resident, and I've had an extensive career working in finance. I worked for the Tennessee Supreme Court Finance Office for over 30 years. After that, I left and went to one of the busiest real estate attorney's office locally as their office manager. Now I'm the finance specialist for a company that works with governmental entities. I handle the finances for our family cemetery. I'm also the co-treasurer at my church, and I feel that I've had a little bit of finance experience, and the way this has been handled causes me a great deal of distress. Anytime you're dealing with money, There's no room for questionable activities or commingling of funds. So I just want you all to honor Mr. Brown's wishes, preserve this house, and handle it the way it was intended. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy McClard, 5 minutes, please.
Hi, my name is Cynthia McClard. I live at 102 Tioga Trail, Hendersonville. We are essentially, well, my husband and I, we've lived in the subdivision, essentially next door to Mr. Brown. We called it the Mr. Brown Farm. That's what we called it. Mr. Brown was a quiet man, and he never had any children. But in 2015, he wrote up a last will and testament. If you're not familiar with the Brown situation, the Brown house, it is where the Liberty Creek schools are. We live right next door to the elementary school. Then you have the middle school, and then you have the high school. We live on the elementary school side. In 2015, his last will and testament read, I can't say, this is a codicil, I specifically bequeath to Sumner County, Tennessee, the county, and it's right here, the county, the cash sum of $500,000 to establish and maintain a public park located at 212 Hunters Lane, Hendersonville, Tennessee, with the historic home, which was his home. I'm sorry. It's currently situated thereon, being permanently maintained by the county as the park's centerpiece. For those that are not familiar with this, he was asking that he took some acreage in between the schools at Liberty Creek, and all he wanted was somebody to maintain his home. And it hasn't happened. And his home was supposed to be the centerpiece of the park. He didn't specify what kind of park. He didn't specify how big he wanted the park, but knowing Mr. Brown, he raised cows, he didn't have any kids. Was it a small park or was it a big park? Let me finish the codicil here. The park shall be known as the William and Martha Brown Park. Martha was his wife and she was deceased. This bequest shall be in a restricted fund held by the county in a separate account and used solely for the purposes of the establishment, promotion, and ongoing support and maintenance of the William and Martha Brown Park. Not only that, but he gave Sumner County $8 million for technology to go to the schools of Sumner County. We haven't investigated if the money has been used for that or not. I'm concerned about the house. It just breaks my heart. Mr. Brown passed away in 2017, February of 2017, and the house has not been touched per his wishes. And then I looked at a budget. It's $1,250,000. Not one word in this budget is for the house. You see a parking lot for $140,000. You see an amphitheater for $100,000. You see a professional design fees for $128,000. You see signage and lighting, and all of that makes up the $1.25 million. Not a word about his home. And the $500,000 was specifically for his home. Not only that, but they applied for a grant. And it wasn't during this administration, it was the current administration. They applied for a grant and got an additional $500,000 to be kept in a separate account for the home and the park. Was the park, did it say, I mean, maybe it was a small park that he wanted maybe a pavilion next to his home and maybe a couple of flower pots. I'm sorry. But at any rate, nothing's been done to his home. Nothing. And that breaks my heart. All I want is for the money to be allocated appropriately. So we have $500,000, $500,000, $125,000 that was given to the project because of the COVID funds. They went up, the building supplies had gone up. So they were given an additional $125,000 if the county could match the $125,000. And they did, but it came out of taxpayers' money. So you're essentially helping pay for the park.
Ms. McClard, if you can.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'll wrap it up. As you can tell, I'm highly upset about this, and maybe something can be done correctly.
Mike McClard, 5 minutes, please.
My name is Mike McClard. I live at 102 Tioga Trail, as my wife Cindy, who gets very emotional at these things, said. But as she said, we've lived there for 34 years. We don't have a dog in this fight. I just want to see things done correctly. I mean, the will, it says one thing, that's for the technical educational side, that's one thing, and that was, I'm assuming, handled correctly. I don't know. I have no idea about the finances on that. But the $500,000 was supposed to be used specifically for the house. It's been almost 8 years since Mr. Brown passed. Other than boarding up the house and cleaning up inside, the mayor sent a crew down there a couple of weeks ago. They did reboard up the house and seal everything up, mulched up some trees, and which makes it look considerably better. But the house has sat there vacantly open for almost 8 years. There is no telling what's gone on in that house. There needs to be a termite inspection done. That needs to be taken care of. The roof, I'm sure, has got some leaks in it that need to be replaced or repaired. And that's just the start. If the county had done this 8 years ago, $500,000 probably would have took care of all of it. And you'd have had a place, maybe had some money left over. But now, until it's inspected, there's no telling what it's going to cost. But it needs to be at least stabilized at this point. I've got no problems with a park. I call it the mega park. That's proposed to go around this. That's what they use the $500,000 for. They put it as matching money or matching funds so they could get the rest of this money from a TDEC grant. Never should have been used that way. It wasn't intended for that. It was meant totally for the house. And as Cindy said, the budget, I'm sure all you have it, or have at least seen it, says nothing about the house. It's everything else around the house, but nothing is to be, no money has been, they've used the money to match, but no money to take care of the house. I mean, it just really needs to be taken care of. Just look at it this way, ladies and gentlemen. What if this was your father or your grandfather or even yourselves? You left that's money to be used for a specific reason. And then all of a sudden, 8 years goes by, nothing's gone on, and here we are. I mean, just do the right thing. That's all I'm asking. And one last thing, if I can, please go vote if you haven't already.
Thank you. I'll remind people, Mr. and Mrs. Kimbrough, Gary Vandermolen, and Rod Harkleroad, you're signed up to speak on the roundabout, and that will not be discussed tonight. Kevin Baker.
Kevin Baker, 424 A.B. Wade Road. The first thing I'd like to address with you folks, the same thing I said at the Budget Committee. The letter from the Comptroller's Office concerns me. When you read one of their findings, during a review of the budget, we noted that the general purpose school fund is budgeted to use $56 million of its fund balance, and that it appears that $33 million is being used for reoccurring expenditures. It goes on from there. That sets us up for spending money that we don't have the revenue sources to compensate for. That scares me, folks. And talking to a couple of commissioners at the beginning, before the meeting, they weren't even aware of this. And that's the kind of thing that somebody should be screaming from a mountaintop, that we're basically not following what the comptroller says, proper financial management. You know, and shame on the school board for handing us a budget that did that, but shame on you all for passing it. But more importantly, I think every time we whip out the credit card and buy something, we're adding to that bill that's going to have to be paid. And when you have things like this, $33 million being used for reoccurring expenditures, you don't just make that money up overnight. You know, I'm going to reserve my predictions on what the bottom line tax increase is going to need to be, but anyhow, very concerned about that. Number two, I applaud you for taking up the Brown House, the Latimer House, as I like to call it. The one thing that I point out, I love hearing the history of the Latimers. I think one of you all mentioned that Saratoga, the Connecticut militia, was on the right side. I think it was probably the last time Connecticut was on the right side of anything, including 1860, but we'll get into that at a different time. So I applaud the approval of accepting that money. I think it's a great first step. We need to continue with that. We need to get the house buttoned up. Next issue, Resolution 24-1018, transfer of $404,000 and appropriate $2.1 million. I'm concerned about this. You know, year over year, for the last several years, we've been having issues with the volunteer fire department. Why hasn't somebody come up with a plan? Because just above that, we're allocating $500,000 to help Oak Grove volunteer fire. Why hasn't somebody come up with a plan to basically consolidate where we park our ambulances and where we have our volunteer fire departments and come up with a comprehensive plan? Because at some point, we're going to have to do that across this county. And what happens is, historically, you end up doing things like having special fire districts and more taxes, more taxes, more taxes. If we're creative early on, we can kind of put those things together and just save some taxpayer dollars. So then the final thing that was on my mind, and I'm surprised this room isn't full of people, because it was just about a year ago that we sat here in a special called meeting to talk about the bleachers and the allocation of $5.7 million for the bleachers. And at the time, I think those people were talking about, oh, we're going to follow this thing through, we're going to follow this thing through. Well, they must be watching from home. But we're going to carry forward $9.4 million out of approximately $15.7 million. It was a emergency meeting was called to allocate that money. A year later, we're now putting that off even further. So how important and how much of a emergency was it that we needed to have that money right then and there? That just worries me when we've got people making decisions based on emotions like that and knee-jerk reactions. But anyhow, that's all I have. Have a great evening, folks. Bye.
Rod Harkleroad.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner, I'm Rod Harkleroad, the CEO of High Point Health with Ascension St. Thomas, 55 Hartsville Pike. I'm here actually to talk about the opioid grant that is for abatement that's coming out that we're asking for your support in. Probably about 6 months ago, a group of people came together and they said, we really need to attack this problem. And the one thing that I think was amazing about it is it wasn't just one. It wasn't just the hospital. It was the EMS. It was the health department. It was a lot of individuals of what we call entities that do outpatient services. And they said, let's form a coalition and try to sit around and talk about what was really going on. And I'm just one piece of that coalition. And we broke down all the barriers, and we decided how can we take this grant funding and really make a difference in the community. And what we kind of came up with was we realized that we've got to take care of the population, and we got to figure out a way, how do we take care of them, but also where it kind of drove off of was the emergency room at Sumner. Actually, 51% of the mortality rates that come in for overdoses actually come to Sumner Regional Medical Center. And so what actually happened was we said, how do we capture these patients that are coming in and have a resource? So two things. One, that we can be able to kind of get them to where they need to be, but also track, because I'm a nurse at background, one of the hardest parts with patients is navigation of care. So the core piece to this was we have to bring in a navigator who can, when these patients come in, can actually make sure that they get to the right place they need to, but also call and check up on them after they've left, ensure that they're following up with their appointments. But really that coordination of care and kind of tracking that, of course, at the same time, be able to share our success stories. So the committee said, well, let's build a foundation around that core where this coalition will manage the oversight of that. The hospital is going to house the FT, but the coalition itself will set the job description, have all the pieces to this. Another thing we looked at is now that we have this, we also have got to be able to send individuals to facilities and hopefully try to get some process of them getting back on track. I'll say as a nurse, you'd love to have everyone be successful in the treatment, but I would say if I can win one, that's a victory. If I can win two, that's amazing, and then so forth. So I think what we also looked at is how do we get Narcan out on the streets where and I know the police and EMS have already done it, but how do we create opportunities where people can have more access? Now, from a children's standpoint, there's no risk here. This is more for someone else got a hold of it, but it's also an opportunity that we can reduce the amount of patients that would have overdoses. And I think the goal is to drive down mortality, to do, to take this grant money. And to be honest with you, I think we have some great ideas that will be very successful. I think what I've seen in the past when I've worked in other health systems if you don't have a coalition managing this, it can't be the hospital, it can't be just EMS, it can't just be the health department. You've got to have a group of individuals that are looking to support these patients that come in. And I think that I've heard that this is probably one of the best plans around that we've come up with. There's been a lot of work and effort. And also, I'm big about data. I'm about outcomes. When I look at the hospital, I like to see that the hospital's quality is improving, that we're doing what we need to be doing. I think the same thing that we challenge as a coalition is how do we create metrics that we can show at the end and that we report out every month that people can see that the work they're putting forth is reducing expenses for EMS runs, incarcerations, the amount of the police having to drive people to other communities. So I think we take that plus do we see reducing overdose patients that come in? How many patients that we did? How many lives can we celebrate? So I think what I would ask is, for approval for this, but also approval to know that we will manage this. We will have great data and metrics to prove that the success of this as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Linda Steen was to speak on the roundabout, which is not on the agenda. Ms. Charlena Allmiller, if you would just contain your thoughts to the Brown House.
Hi, I'm Charlena Allmiller at 143 Ruland Circle, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 37075. And I would like to talk about the Brown House and a couple of other things that have come up. To the previous commenter, I have heard really good things about the grant for the opioid abatement. I was skeptical of it at first, of developing another program on it, but I have heard really good things about it, so I hope you will support that. Regarding the commenters of the concerns from the comptroller's office, I'm curious as to why that commenter would think it would have been better if the schools would have spent even more of their reserves, which was being demanded by several of the commissioners here, including the public commenter that spoke. So about the Brown House, I think it's important to clarify that the will and the trust did not give ownership of the house to the county. The schools and the county purchased the land and the house in 2017, and Mr. Brown had a life estate. So the county owns that property right now. There is nothing stopping the county from doing a termite inspection just like they would do of any other county admin building. If you guys own property, you guys can take care of it, and we should be taking care of it regardless if we have a trust fund for a specific purpose or not. The trust has a condition precedent that would apply to any beneficiary, whether you are a governmental entity or not. The resolution that's on there tonight is a statute that exists on doing the accounting of it because you are a governmental entity, but it is separate than what the condition precedent would be in the trust. The $500K is a technology trust's money because it's remainderment unless and until the commission meets its condition precedent. The condition precedent is that the money would be used to establish and maintain a park with the house as a centerpiece. There are many different ways that you could go about spending this money. But much like a grant contract would require this entity to come up with an actual tangible plan before getting the dollars, the trustees need to ensure the county has a plan that will be executed that complies with the trust. They have that duty to the other beneficiaries. In budget, it was acknowledged that the county is not going to do the grant contract for this park, that it couldn't because it was going to withdraw that money to be able to use it for the house, and the house would not be used in the grant contracts because you guys don't want to keep the Brown House open 24/7 and have an employee there like you did with the Douglas House. It was also discussed that nobody believes the house can be renovated for $500,000. When it is determined it will cost more than $500,000, the item was discussed in budget, well then we'll go back to the people and ask for more. And it was silence as to what would happen if the people say no. This is not a plan. When you guys pass this resolution tonight, that is just saying that you guys are willing to accept the funds. That is what you need to do as a governmental entity. But as a beneficiary of this trust, you have a separate condition precedent. If a trust were to give money to two beneficiaries, and for one beneficiary it said, you can have this money to go to college, to go to law school. Now say that beneficiary said, oh, well, I promise I'll go to law school. Give me the money now. The trustees would not give that money. That person would need to go and apply for, get enrolled in school, be able to do it. That's what this resolution does. It makes you eligible for it. But then in the analogy, you would also have to sign up for classes. You'd have to be accepted. You would have to show that you're actually going to do it. You have no plan whatsoever right now. And to expect that trustees would just give you this money to do something that the trust requires is just, I don't know why you're thinking that. Any litigation costs that would go toward this would be better served in a voluntary tax fund that could go to, because $500,000 is not going to renovate this house. But if you care about this house, then instead of letting the lawyers win, put that money aside and let's work on it. Like, instead of worrying about where the money is, think about how you're going to spend it and then get the money. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Commissioners, I kind of hate coming up here because I know you got a lot of work to do, and your actually mind isn't probably on what we're saying anyway, but it's our duty to get up here. And there was something really motivating to me tonight. As they say, you got to have something that gets you off the bench. But first, I want to say thank you and give you a hat tip for not adding the roundabout to your agenda tonight. This is a very big issue. It was a 3-hour discussion or so on the Highway Commission meeting, and it deserves a lot more time, and too many things, I think, get added to the agenda. That's another issue, but I don't want to take away from the thank you for not doing that to the citizens. That was really great. Relative to the Brown House, I agree with what most of the previous speakers said. I think you all want to do the right thing, as evidenced by the resolution that's in front of you tonight, just going right back to state law to even accept the gift in the first place. The two trustees in, it's clear, are for the technology trust only. I mean, the way that the will and the codicil are written, it's clearly set up that way. And this is an easy issue to resolve, because if just one of those trustees, whether they really are trustees over that $500,000 or not, don't agree with each other, your law director is the tiebreaker. I don't know if you read that in there, but this is an easy thing to fix if one of them would step up and do something. And you know, a commissioner mentioned at the budget committee the other night that this is a trust issue, and it is a trust issue. When most of us probably pay about, you know, the average taxpayer pays about $2,000 a year in property tax, it would take us 4,000 years to give what this man donated in that technology trust to this county. So if that man can't get your attention about the other money that he gave you, how are the rest of us supposed to get your attention? But the real reason I came up here to speak tonight was about the $4.2 million for the EMS station in Westmoreland. And, you know, we really do need to take care of people. I'm glad that there's raises for folks, and we are taking care of County General. But this whole thing, it started out at $3.5 million. You all approved $2 million for it, and then it went back to $4.2 million. And the story was that the architect says that's how much it's going to be. With no pushback, there was not even a little sketch of what the building's going to look like, nothing. We have no idea what we're getting for this, and $4.2 million is in front of you. I'm telling you, if you want a property like that, I got a nice house I can sell you with a nice pole barn. You can park the things in there, and people have a nice house and even a swimming pool in the yard and a few acres to relax when they're waiting for calls. I mean, this is, it's unbelievable that we're talking about that kind of money with almost no discussion. There seems to be a long way between the dumpy house that they're in now, is the way I've seen it, and $4.2 million. And I just ask you to reconsider and at least ask for some information more information about what the heck we're going to get for that $4.2 million. As also was said in the Budget Committee meeting, we're getting a $4.2 million building for $2.2 million. I don't know how that works. I mean, it's still taxpayer money. So anyway, thanks again, and have a good rest of your night.
All right, the next 8 people, Mr. Rayburn Ryan, Robertson, Olea, Waters, Baker, and Bradford, and Rachel Collins were to speak on the roundabout. Elizabeth, is it Michael, I'm sorry. Elizabeth Michael on the Brown House. Five minutes, please.
My name is Elizabeth Michael. I live at 1745A Cottontown, Garrison Branch in Cottontown. It's not far from where my cousin's house stands. I find it very interesting, and I want you all to see my face, so I'm going to take my glasses off. I find it very interesting, and I've said this before, that everybody thinks there's no relatives left. Well, guess what? I've got a cemetery that goes back almost 200 years that proves I'm related. There are Browns buried on my property. There's also a mass Civil War grave that my grandfather insisted we could not bury anybody there because it was there. But I have family history here. My married name is Michael. My maiden name is Hardison. And my grandfather, Vernon Hardison, was the son of Viola Brown, who was William's aunt. So that makes him my cousin. I find it very interesting that you all keep bandying this money around, this money around, this money around. I've already called names. I'm not calling names tonight because you know who you are. The names I have called, you know who you are. So I'm not reiterating that. But I am going to reiterate something I have said before. One word. I'm standing up here representing what's left of my cousin's family. So my one word for you, comply. You won't like the results because I very much intend to take out a lawsuit. And I will handle this personally. And I will involve the Latimers in it because they have history there. But so does my family. We will handle this, and then we will decide what happens to the house after that. Comply, or I will demand every single penny be returned. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Goddard is speaking on the roundabout and the Brown House, and if you will, just contain that to the Brown House.
I'm Rebecca Goddard, and I live at 2339A New Hope Road. And I don't have any skin in this house game. I'm here from California. People can't stand me here because they think I'm changing the county, and I'm absolutely not. I'm trying to keep it from becoming a crazy town. This county, after doing some research, has historically and consistently had a knack of doing things in the least effective or efficient manner when it comes to taxpayer money or given money or property management. And it becomes increasingly clear that most our career wannabe politicians would never make it in the private sector. Contracts and agreements need to be adhered to and followed, or people lose their jobs, but not in government where corruption and our lack of comprehension is rewarded with pensions. I understand citizens may be confused when there is a fake commission page posing as journalism and how they can be easily fleeced, especially after watching that performance of cotton candy spinning from this podium. This is a simple arrangement, and people choose dishonesty. And people in this county took the money and didn't at all adhere to the will or the wishes of Mr. Brown. That's absolutely unacceptable. That is absolutely unacceptable every single day of the week and twice on Sundays. And that it was allowed to be done and people stayed silent is disgusting. This is abhorrent of you that stayed silent. 2 directors of schools and 2 county mayors. As a taxpaying citizen, it's embarrassing officials willfully and purposefully ignored the wishes of Mr. Brown and are trying to spin it into something that it absolutely is not. This is a very, very simple agreement. Fix it. There needs to be no pontificating and grandstanding. All you have to do is do what the will stated or give the money back. And I hope that you end up giving the money back because frankly, I don't think the county deserves it at this point anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes the recognition of the public. And before we go to the report of the chair, we'll take 10 minutes. You will remember, please, that the Veteran Service Report is attached and financial statement memo. And at this time, we have certificates of recognition. Approval was given tonight at the Legislative Committee for Raymond Edward Ed Neal, but that will be done next month, so we will not be doing that tonight. Then we have a breast cancer proclamation from the mayor.
Hal, are you going to join them up here? Nope. Okay. Well, tonight it's an honor to recognize Breast Cancer Month. Whereas breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer-related death in U.S. women, and whereas approximately 13%, 1 in 8 of U.S. women will develop evasive breast cancer in the course of their life, and whereas in 2024, approximately 310,000 women and 2,800 men will be diagnosed with evasive breast cancer in the United States. Whereas October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, an annual campaign to increase awareness about the disease, and whereas during this month we reaffirm our commitment to support breast cancer research and to educate all citizens about its risk factors, detection, and treatment. And whereas we display pink ribbons and wear pink clothing to raise awareness, we also support those courageously fighting breast cancer and honor the lives of those lost to the disease. And whereas this October we recognize breast cancer survivors, those battling disease, their families and friends who are a tireless source of love and encouragement, and applaud the efforts of our medical professionals and researchers working to find a cure for this deadly disease. And whereas Breast Cancer Awareness Month is an opportunity to unite all citizens in our community to prevent breast cancer deaths through increased education and regular screening. Now therefore, I, John Isbell, Mayor of Sumner County, do hereby proclaim October 2024 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in Sumner County, Tennessee, duly done on this 21st day of October 2024. So, congratulations, and I think y'all have a couple of words you'd like to say?
Yes, please.
All right.
Hello, my name is Charlotte Hollis, and I have with me Lily Miller. We are health educators at the Department of Health here in Sumner County. We work with Hal Hendricks. We just want to thank the County Commission and County Mayor John Isbell for supporting breast cancer awareness this month by wearing pink. We have encouraged everyone here in Sumner County, both in the county members as well as within the county government, to wear pink this week to just continue to support those efforts. It will be no less than 310,000 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer this year alone, as well as approximately 3,000 men. So it's just as important that men do get those breast cancer screenings. And we do encourage that because with early detection, we can help fight this disease sooner. You can have hopefully less severe symptoms, and we can help find something to help you faster. So please get those screenings done. Please continue to wear pink this week. And in order to also continue to support breast cancer, we are hosting a bake sale.
Yes, so tomorrow in this building, in room 112, from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., we will be having a bake sale in order to raise funds for breast cancer awareness and research. Our goal is to make a significant donation to the Susan G. Komen Foundation on behalf of Sumner County employees. We feel it is important to support this cause based on their overall mission and purpose to save lives by meeting the most critical needs in communities and investing in breakthrough research to prevent and cure breast cancer. Thank you for your time this evening, and we hope to see you tomorrow at our bake sale.
All right, at this time we have recognition of two senior members of the Sheriff's Department retiring, and the sheriff will has informed me that they will not be here tonight, but Sheriff, do you want to read the proclamation and we'll vote on it? And that will include their service weapon and whatever else is appropriate to retirement. And I think they're being honored at the Sheriff's Department, so he'll make sure that they know that the County Commission has honored them tonight.
This first guy, Major Tim Bailey, has been at the Sheriff's Office for, well, he's been in law enforcement here in Sumner County for more than 30 years. He started at the Hendersonville Police Department, then came to the Sheriff's Office. I can't say enough good things about him. I'll just tell you that his humility wouldn't allow him to be here tonight. He didn't want to be publicly recognized, and that just kind of goes to show what kind of law enforcement officer he was. He has worked all of the gruesome cases in Sumner County in the past 20 years. If there was a major drug arrest or a homicide to be seen, Tim Bailey was there and making sure that he was doing everything he could to keep Sumner County safe. He is a huge loss to Sumner County law enforcement. We wish him nothing but the best in his future endeavors. He's done 32 years and he's ready to go home and fish with his grandson, so I'll read this resolution. Whereas Major Timothy Dean Bailey began his exemplary career in law enforcement with the Hendersonville Police Department in January of 1993, demonstrating a steadfast commitment to protecting and serving the community. And whereas Major Bailey commenced his service with the Sumner County Sheriff's Office in March of 1995 as a patrol deputy, and whereas Major Bailey was selected to serve the 18th Judicial Drug Task Force in July of 1995, and in 1998 received a federal commission with the United States Drug Enforcement Administration, further showcasing his dedication to law enforcement and public safety in Sumner County. And whereas Major Bailey has since displayed exceptional leadership and professionalism in various roles, including his promotion to Detective Sergeant in 2000, before rising to the rank of Major and Chief of Detectives in 2015. And whereas Major Bailey strived to better his career and service to the people of Sumner County by attending countless hours of continuing education and training, including graduating from the prestigious Northwestern School of Police Staff and Command. And whereas Major Bailey's contributions to law enforcement in Sumner County, the state of Tennessee, and his impactful efforts on a national level are invaluable and deeply appreciated.
Do I have a motion? Motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Thank you. Again, we're losing about a 30-year veteran of the Sheriff's Office here. He's going to go continue his career elsewhere as he moves into a different phase of his life. But again, an irreplaceable member. 30 years of institutional knowledge is leaving Sumner County. He has served with distinction and honor. Whereas Senior Deputy Billy Martin Cothran Jr. began his exemplary career in law enforcement with the Sumner County Sheriff's Office in November of 1994 as a corrections officer, demonstrating a steadfast commitment to protecting and serving the community. And whereas Senior Deputy Cothran was promoted to the rank of Jail Sergeant in May of 1997, furthering his responsibilities within the Sumner County Jail. And whereas Senior Deputy Cothran was again promoted in 1999 to Certified Deputy and attended the Tennessee Law Enforcement Training Academy. And whereas throughout his 30-year career, Senior Deputy Cothran has served numerous roles within the Sheriff's Office, including Corrections Officer, Corrections Sergeant, Warrants Deputy, Patrol Deputy, the 18th Judicial Drug Task Force Agent, School Resource Officer, Animal Services Deputy, Field Training Officer, and Court Deputy, all of which ensured the safety of our communities. And whereas in 2009, the Tennessee Highway Safety Office recognized Senior Deputy Cothran as one of the top 10 law enforcement officers across the state of Tennessee for his commitment to highway safety. And therefore, be it resolved by the Sumner County Commission meeting in this regular session, the 21st day of October 2024, that we extend our sincerest gratitude and appreciation to Senior Deputy Marty Cothran for his decades of dedicated service to the citizens of Sumner County and the state of Tennessee and our great nation. Be it further resolved that the Sumner County Commission does hereby gift his badge and service weapon as additional compensation. And be it further resolved that this resolution be appropriately inscribed and presented to Senior Deputy Cothran in recognition of his retirement with best wishes for a fulfilling and well-deserved retirement.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Thank you all.
public notice at this time.
The Sumner County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing on October 21st, 2024 at 7:00 p.m. in the Bethel Brown Commission chambers of the Sumner County Administration Building, located at 355 North Belvedere Drive, Gallatin, Tennessee. 142 Sideview Road rezoning, Trinidad Portillo, property owner, 6th Commission Voting District, David Klein. Applicant is seeking a rezoning from rural preservation to commercial neighborhood. Subject property is located at 142 Sideview Road, Gallatin, Tennessee, 37066. Is tax map 090, parcel 022.01 and 022.03, contains 1.56 acres and is zoned rural preservation. The Sumner County Regional Planning Commission forwarded a negative recommendation related to this item on August 20th, 2024. A copy of this notice is on file at the Sumner County Planning and Engineering Department in the Sumner County Administration Building located at 355 North Belvedere Drive, Gallatin, Tennessee. Anyone having any interest or desiring to ask questions concerning this request is invited to attend this meeting or call 615-451-6097. Persons wishing to speak on agenda items shall sign up for public comment on the sheet provided at the meeting immediately prior to.
All right, we do have one person who has signed up to speak to this issue. This is the public hearing portion, Mr. Drew Ferguson.
Drew Ferguson, Greenwood Design, 114B, Gallatin, Tennessee. We're here on behalf of the client. This property is currently zoned RR. We're seeking a rezone for commercial neighborhood, CN. This property has been existing as a commercial activity for decades, as some of you guys may know better than I do. The main building's been there since the 1950s, and gas pumps were introduced somewhere around 1990s. In recent history, there was a small restaurant, the Dreamers Bagel Cafe. It was kind of a hit from what I hear. There is an industrial zone across the street where the mini storage is. This site was functioning as a commercial site before, during, and after the neighboring subdivisions were built. We understand that the neighbors were not in approval or didn't like the tenant who is actually currently moving out, who had the outdoor storage. The commercial neighborhood zoning would allow us to open up a vet clinic, consumer repair services, office uses, food and beverage, personal services, and small retail. And considering the history of this site and it functioning for decades as some form of commercial establishment, we feel that commercial neighborhood zoning is appropriate and is a responsible zone for the surrounding properties. The CN zoning would allow for the activity to benefit the neighbors, much like the old Dreamers Cafe. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Public hearing is closed at this time. And do I hear a recommendation, a motion on this? All right, Commissioner Janone.
I have a question before we do that.
Well, we need to have a motion first,
Okay,
please.
go ahead. I'll wait.
Do you want motion to discuss? Who made that motion? Okay. Second?
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Go ahead.
I'd like to know, is this the existing Sideview Market? Okay, it's been there forever, forever. I mean, I've lived here almost 35 years, and I used to work, and I still go that way. That market's been there a long time, and I don't know why it was negative. I'm not sure. I wasn't a part of the planning, but it has served that community for a very long time. And other than, I don't know what the specifics are, but if it's just about the market, I would disagree. I think it's a great little market, but I just had to question if it was the Sideview Market.
All right, Commissioner Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, I'm the chairman of the Planning Commission, so I didn't have a vote on this. But it is in my district, and frankly, I live about two miles away from it. It's interesting that the member who spoke said it was from the 1950s, because in the Planning Commission meeting, we were of the understanding it was from the 1800s. Regardless of that, I'm concerned that this building could be another heritage building that if we don't make it, if we don't go ahead and approve this zoning, that it reverts back to rural residential, the building could be demolished and a house put there. When I moved here in 1998, that was the only thing there on that corner. It was a gas station. I got my diesel for my tractor there, and it was a store. And after in recent years, it became a bagel house and various different things. And it was my sense that the neighbors didn't particularly like the current tenant, but I don't think the tenant should have any effect on whether this property should remain rural residential or community commercial. And so because I think everybody here knows how I feel about old buildings. I just don't want to lose another one, especially an historic one like this. That building was there long before any of the houses were. And I think it should remain as an icon for that part of the county on 31E, and that we should go against the recommendation of the Planning Commission and go ahead and have it zoned neighborhood commercial, because that's what it's been, from my understanding, for at least 100 years. Thank you.
Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to ask the question. I read through this earlier, and I was wondering if the intentions were to not rezone it for fear of it becoming something different in the future, or why they didn't want to rezone it, because if I'm not mistaken, it was saying that they were not going to allow the usage anymore if it wasn't rezoned. Is that correct? Does anybody know?
You may answer that, Commissioner Klein.
No, if it remains rural residential, it's out of compliance. Actually,
It's been out of compliance.
Our planning director, Josh Suddeth, could speak to it much better than I could, if it would be possible to have him.
Motion to approve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. So my question more to the point for Mr. Suddeth would be that if nothing is done and it's not brought to zoning, what happens to the property at that point in time?
So the property is protected under state statute, basically, in terms of, not for historic preservation or anything, but there's what's called grandfathered provisions of state law. So legal non-conforming uses or grandfathered uses, they can continue in perpetuity. And so as long as you don't discontinue the use for more than 30 months, if you do that, it lapses, the grandfather status lapses. But as long as they keep a commercial use that's similar to that convenience retail kind of use that's been there for many years, that use continues with the property forever. Changing the zoning, basically, it's a goal that we have really across the county for lots of different properties. We talk about it all the time at the Planning Commission level. There's lots of non-conforming properties across the county, and this is just one of them. As it's come up, there was a use that was operating there that we had some issues with that was out of compliance, so we worked with the property owner to bring an application forward to rezone the property, because what they were doing there was kind of a flea market kind of a thing that wasn't part of the grandfathered use. They were doing something they couldn't do. And that's being discontinued now. There's signage up out there saying it's been discontinued. I've spoken with Mr. Portillo about it. He's indicated that that's being discontinued. I don't know what his plans are in the future for the property, but as long as they bring something back, if this rezoning doesn't pass, As long as they bring, if a new convenience store wants to go in there next week, they can do that. They can do that under the grandfather provisions. If we get the zoning fixed and it'll be easier for somebody. It's easier to market the property. It's easier. It's more desirable, basically, if you have the zoning in place and there's not as much risk there, but basically an uncertainty if you're a potential applicant coming in. So it's probably just cleaner from the county's perspective to have the zoning fixed. I hope that answers your question.
That's my question. So why would it have not been passed if this just cleans it up? Why would it have not been passed in planning?
The use that was going on there at the time, that was mentioned by the applicant's representative, and Mr. Klein, I think, alluded to it as well. And I don't want to speak for the Planning Commission, but I'll just say, somebody watching the meeting, the neighborhood was very, very concerned about the use that was going on there. They were doing a lot of stuff they couldn't do. That use is not allowed. They had a lot of exterior storage where they had a lot of stuff piled up. And so, the neighborhood really came out against the rezoning application because they felt like approving that rezoning was going to allow those folks to continue to do that flea market type use. Probably not. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. No. But that use is being discontinued at any rate. So I believe that's a non-issue at this point. But.
So if things can be cleaned up with a letter, forcing the compliance with the grandfathered in zoning ordinance, then we would not have to rezone and we could still keep that same grandfather compliance, correct?
If you wanted to, right, you're right. You could keep it. If you don't change the zoning, then they can do a convenience store use there in the future.
I'm just trying to get it, which is the best way to go. Thank you.
Right,
Commissioner Rogers.
Well, it's kind of interesting that sometimes we want to do certain stuff that kind of hinders people, and sometimes we want to do stuff that allows people to do what they want to with their land. Talking to myself there as well, but. What was why did planning send forward the negative recommendation? I mean, are they going to do something that's crazy, or I wasn't clear on the previous question.
Well, I mean, I think, like I said, when it came before the Planning Commission, we put pictures up on the screen and that kind of thing, and just what was being done with that property. It was an eyesore, to be frank, and so I think the Planning Commission probably felt like by approving a rezoning that's going to allow them to do that much more different things, that they just weren't comfortable with it, to be honest with you. And since the use is changing on the current tenants there is not going to be there anymore, it might not be inappropriate to send this back down to the Planning Commission, have them take another look at it. The property owner was not professionally represented at the Planning Commission. They were kind of representing themselves essentially, or the renter was at the time. And so there was a lot of information that probably didn't, on the applicant side, that really wasn't presented too well. And we could certainly work with the applicant to put together a more polished application and kind of answer a lot of these questions at the Planning Commission level if y'all want to send it back down. But to go back to Mr. Klein's point, this is a long-standing commercial use, and so it's served the neighborhood for many, many decades. And so that's exactly what this zoning that they're asking for is meant to accomplish. And so it's not unreasonable to rezone the property as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please forgive me if I misunderstood, but I'm hearing this referred to as rural residential, but this is actually rural preservation now, correct?
That's correct. That changed a few months ago.
So if you are changing this from rural preservation to this commercial neighborhood, I also heard something said about there's the possibility that a house could be built there?
A commercial neighborhood allows kind of a mix of uses. So there actually is a house and the store on this property right now.
Okay.
It's one of those. It's a grandfathered lot, and so it's got a lot of legal nonconformities that are going on with it at this point.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we send this back to the Planning Commission for further study.
Motion and a second. Any discussion on that?
Yeah, that's, yeah.
All right.
He's right.
Motion.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question that may clear it up.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Suddeth, so are you telling me that the plan, because it didn't sound like it, the plan is to preserve this home as it is and not build anything new? Is that what the question is?
That's probably the biggest issue that the Planning Commission had with this. Again,
So
I
it's
don't
not
want to
what
speak for them, but there's really not a plan at this point. And so, you know, the information that was presented to the Planning Commission at the meeting was just existing conditions. Here's what's there. Here's the history of this property, and we're asking for this zoning. And so taking it back through the process to the Planning Commission, if that's something that you guys want to do, that will allow, as I mentioned, they have professional representation now. They've got a civil engineer working for them. They could put together a plan for that property that might make everybody a lot more comfortable, to be honest with you. But they didn't present any plans for the property whatsoever.
Yes, motion, second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, let's motion to send it back to the second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right. All right, we're moving on at that point to written reports of county officials, which are in your packet, and notaries, which will be posted on the board for us to vote.
Each commissioner record your vote.
All right, unanimous vote on those. That may be the only unanimous vote we have tonight. Our committees, Health and Emergency Services.
In our meeting, I was elected chair, Commissioner Rogers was elected vice chair. Just to run down, we voted to bring the Animal Control Committee into a 6-month cycle. And they'll give, they've been meeting for a while, and it's continued on for at least 6 more months. And then there will be a report given each month to that committee if anyone's interested and wants to come out of that. Also, there's a volunteer fire department budget request that was sent on by 4 to 2. It was a little divided, but it was sent on to the budget committee to consider a possible increase or what to do with that. There was a Tennessee Highway Safety Office grant of $70,000 that was approved, and a TCI grant for $15,000 that was approved for training equipment. Thank you, sir.
Education.
Yeah, just wanted to mention from education standpoint, committee standpoint there, if you all haven't seen it yet, but out on the meeting website, trying to find it, but under the supplemental, there's supplemental information. Dr. Langford provided us with an update of all the athletic facilities. And so if you haven't yet seen that, you can go out on the meeting website for the October meeting for education. There's a supplemental information link. Takes you right to it, and just want to make sure everyone's aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Highway Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only thing considerable was we passed a resolution 2014-38 to the commission for an increase of funds of $3 million that Mr. Ellis was asking for to increase his hot mix to do more paving this year. We did that as a unanimous decision, but afterwards I realized that $20 million that got reduced down to 19.5 that we all approved in the budget a few months ago was all contingent upon the Highway Department coming in compliance with the 2012 Financial Management Act, and that has not happened yet. So I don't know that those funds are even available, or if this needs to go back to Highway. I just wanted that considered when that resolution does come up, because a decision has not been made to get in compliance yet. That's all I have.
Okay. General Operation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have on the agenda Resolution 2410-15, which is to accept specific requests from William I. Brown Last Will and Testament to include codicil number 1 and use subject to terms. I'll make a motion to approve, and if there's no discussion, we can vote.
All right, motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Someone came in the queue. I'm sorry, you came in the queue up here late, real late. Whoever that was, it was on and off before I could see that. Okay. Committee on Committees?
No report, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Legislative Committee?
No report, Mr. Chairman.
Budget Committee?
Mr. Chairman, I have a lengthy report, unfortunately.
The motion to group and approve, is there a second? Mr. Wright, did you want to say something to the group and approve? Okay.
First off, Wayne Brown, I want to thank you for your perseverance, trying to get the Oak Grove Volunteer Fire Department help us out. We've been working on this for 3.5 years, folks. Mayor Isabel, where you at? I want to thank you too. I know it's been hectic, chaotic, and I know I've been aggravating sometimes, but I do appreciate it. This is greatly needed, and I want to thank y'all for approving this, because this is my home. These folks protect my house, my family's house, North Sumner Elementary. And by the way, North Sumner Elementary will be having a fall festival this Saturday. I wish everyone to come out and visit us. I will be in the dunking booth for 4 hours. So if you wish to dunk Officer Wright in uniform, please come out and visit us. We'd greatly appreciate it. Thank y'all.
All right, we are ready to vote. However, I will let you know that 241039 was asked to be put on the agenda, and it's there now. So I'll let people speak, but we still have a group and approve. So Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to amend that motion to group and approve to carve out 241018, because I would like to discuss that, speak on it a little bit. And then also, I just got done mentioning less than 5 minutes ago that there needs to be discussion on 241038, because we're going against something that we voted on here just a few months ago with putting contingencies in budgets that were passed. We all voted on it, and I'd like to see how we're going to address that. There's also some concerns with whether or not that's going to trigger maintenance of effort concerns on that money. During the break, speaking to the finance director, so that needs to be discussed. I don't want to vote on something.
So there is
group
a
and approve.
motion to pull off 241038. Is there a second?
And 18.
And 18?
241018 and 241038.
All right, from the group and approve. Is there a second?
I'll amend my motion to, if it's easy, I'll just amend my motion to
Except for
exclude those two.
All right.
Oh, sorry, you're right, it was a group, you're right,
To
sorry about
group
that.
and approve all of the budget except these two that's been
Three.
asked to be pulled out.
3 and 39.
And 39?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
All right.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Pose like sign.
These guys.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I got a few questions.
Let's just start down the line here. Just go ahead with your report.
So,
We'll sit here to midnight if we need to.
all right. That was the amendment. We're on the main motion, Mr. Chairman.
All right, main motion.
Main motion is to group and
Main motion
approve.
to group and approve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
What is your point?
I didn't get to speak on this before we vote, Mr. Chairman.
I don't recognize that. Okay, what's your point?
Split the group and approve? Can we get a parliamentary answer on that? One person can split the group and approve?
I'm saying yes. I act as the parliamentarian.
Well, if
I
that's the
consult
case,
with
then
the
I
attorney.
motion to split the group and approve. So my three, I want off of there. No, we did not finish the vote. We started the vote, but we did not finish the vote.
Madam Clerk, put it on the roll, if you will.
Mr. Chairman, you're contradicting yourself.
Mr. Chairman, I get to speak on this. We're voting millions of dollars through, just like a wild pass-through. I demand to speak on this.
Several $1 million. And
Mr.
you
Chairman, I
just
just
said
have
I could split it.
point of information. Are we voting on?
We need to vote on the group and approve.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. You just said that Robert's Rules does provide that one person can split. It does not have to be voted on. If one person objects to the group and approve, you said Robert's Rules says they can do that.
I will consult with the attorney and see what he says and then make a ruling.
Thank you.
I think you have even the attorney thoroughly confused. What are you trying to do?
I was asking if Robert's Rules provide that we have to vote on group and approve, or if one person objects to the group and approve, if it gets split.
So he's asking if it's got to be a unanimous vote?
Yeah, are you saying it has to be a unanimous vote?
No, if one person objects to the group and approve, I'm asking if Robert Rules provides that there does not have to be a majority vote, yes or no, it's one person split.
No, it's the same voting requirements.
Same voting requirements, and I'll stick with that.
Okay.
Point?
Yes.
Is that correct? Thank you,
Yes.
sir.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
No.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Teachner.
Division.
Mr. Chairman, how much money is this in total? Just so the people know how much we're trying to throw through there.
I mean, we could add it up. It's probably, I mean, it's.
Let's have order. We need to have one person speaking at a time. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to add it up. I don't have all of the BOEs, but those are not net news.
It's over $8 million.
It's seven to 8
Well,
million.
let's just accept that it's a lot of money. We're wasting time and the public's time. All right, let's just put that on the board for group and approve. Put it on the board, clerk.
This is the division, correct?
Yes.
Each commissioner record your vote.
Well, no matter how I vote, it's, doesn't matter. It doesn't receive enough votes one way or the other. All right. Let's just go back to one by one.
All right, so the first one is to appropriate $500,000 for construction to Oak Grove Volunteer Fire Department. I so move.
Any discussion? Commissioner Klein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I spent a little bit of time with this project today, and I'm totally in favor of the project. My problem is the costs involved. I did make a phone call to a supplier of pole barn type buildings in Lebanon. And not knowing the footprint of this building, I did get a price on a 60-foot wide by 50-foot deep that would easily accommodate 3 of these large pieces of equipment, that is fully insulated, would have 3 roll-up doors and 4 man doors accessing it. The material cost alone is $55,000. Now, I believe that the nearly $500,000 that was already allocated for this is sufficient. I don't think we need the extra $500,000, and I'm concerned that our account this early in the year is running radically low, and I would ask that we deny this or at least postpone the additional $500,000 until we're certain we need it, because we haven't seen a floor plan. We haven't seen any budget amounts. Here again, we're voting on something that we're totally blind to. And I think it's appropriate for general operations before it advances to budget to be able to assess what's happening with this particular building. I don't understand the rush. I don't know why we have to double the cost of it. So I am going to vote no on the additional monies, because I really feel like we're working in the blind. It is our job as elected officials to jealously protect the money of the taxpayer, and we're not doing that here.
Commissioner Boyd?
I do not want to speak on the dollar amount. I have a question, how it all came out. Thank you. At Oak Grove, I'm curious as to the building, and I just want to know how it came out. Is the county gonna own the building? Because currently at Oak Grove, let's see if I get it right, the building we have there right now, the Resource Authority owns the land under it, and the county owns the building, and we rent it to the volunteer. So with the new building, are we gonna own the building, or is it gonna be another one of these combined Resource Authority? I know we were gonna get the land title from them. Are we gonna own that building? Are we giving them the money? Are they gonna own the building? And I just wanna know.
I think Ms. Boyd, the attorney,
I can
able
speak to
answer
this. Mr. Chairman, so a couple notes here. Yes, we would own the building, to answer that question flatly. And two, I just want to note additionally that this is ARPA funding. And so this needs to be appropriated by the end of the year, end of the calendar year, or else we lose it. So if we don't appropriate this in short order, we're going to lose an opportunity to deploy ARPA funds, and ARPA funds are not free funds, but they are taxpayer funds that can be taken back from the local revenues if we don't appropriate them. This is not a greenway. This isn't a nice to have. This is something that we've known for a long time we need. I just want to be clear that there's a clock ticking on these funds. Contracted, excuse me. Contracted. So it's the second 2 steps.
All right, and deeds are being prepared at this time, so you are correct. Commissioner Mansfield?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm a little confused. As my understanding, we've already appropriated $406,000, has already been committed by ARPA, which is about a year and a half ago that was approved. I made the motion for that in budget. I remember this has gone through 2 budget cycles now, so I'm not sure why nothing has happened with that original $406,000. But I do share concerns that Commissioner from the 6th District addressed as far as an additional $500,000. That's coming from our capital fund. That's not coming from ARPA, is my understanding. So the $406,000 is from, I think it was $406,000 from ARPA, and this $500,000 is coming from our capital, of which we only have $4.7 million. Several items on this agenda tonight that is all pulling from capital. That's going to bring us down to about $2.1 million left for the entire year for the county out of our capital. I don't understand, I know this Oak Grove, I'm all for it. I made the motion to approve this a year and a half, like I said, a year and a half ago. I'm not sure why it's not already happened. But the additional $500,000, I don't understand, because this is not a primary building, this is a secondary building for this area. This is another building. It's building number 2 for multiple apparatuses. So I'm just confused of why this is double the price, and I'm more concerned of the fact that we're draining our capital funds on this. I don't understand the need for it, so I can't support this tonight, this additional $500,000 or the things that are on here. But I do have a question as far as, what's it for? What's the plans? If somebody can help me understand the need, why this grew by over double, and it's almost $1 million now for a secondary building. I have questions about that, Mr. Chairman. So,
Commissioner Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm a little puzzled. Did the Budget Committee authorize a singular commissioner to go out and solicit bids and specs on behalf of this body? And
Would you like me to answer that, Mr. Chairman?
I'm just curious about that, because we see that over and over again. We don't have any authority in and of ourselves outside of when this body meets and convenes at 7 o'clock, and our authority ends at adjournment, to go out and try to commandeer bids on behalf of this body. We don't know what specs. You talk about walking blindly. We don't know what specs were provided to these folks. We don't know what materials were requested. I just get a little tired of hearing that over and over and over again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to
Commissioner
respond.
Wynn.
I'd like to respond to that just because.
Let's get these that are in the queue, then I'll let Commissioner Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question. So how much funding are we allocating to the Oak Grove Volunteer Fire Department in total?
906,000.
906,000?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do we have like an MOU in place with the fire department? I know we did one with Millersville that, kind of outlined some things that didn't have a price tag on it and had vague descriptions of responsibilities, but I'm just curious if we've got that for this at all?
I don't know that, well,
I
Mr.
don't
Chairman.
think so.
No? Okay. All right. That's all I got. Thank you.
Commissioner Boyd.
I'm sorry, I didn't finish my comments. I'm all for using the ARPA money for this. I do have a couple more questions. Since it's a county building, are we going to run the project management through general ops or? And then my other thing was I wanted everyone to understand when we go to build this building, some of the things that we need to be considering when we looked at the volunteer fire department is the ISO ratings, and if we're going to help the community by improving that for their insurance rates and these type of factors. And these are things that this commission has not considered when we're investing in our volunteer fire department. But I would be in proof for this.
Okay. Commissioner Wright.
The very first Health and Emergency Services Committee meeting of this new term, I got highly upset because we'd been working on this for almost a year. I apologize personally to Commissioner Rogers because I got out of line a little bit that day. I'm not going to get out of line today. Pole barns, we got an estimate whenever we were wanting to build at the very beginning. We got an estimate for a pole barn type structure. We were told that it had to be, since it's county property, it has to be architect. It has to be an architectural structure. And that is a lot more money than, I think the original was 170-something thousand, am I not correct? 200,000, but that was turnkey. Air conditioning, heat, the whole 9 yards. We have a tanker truck that at times has to sit in one of my neighbor's heated garages during the winter because we don't have room. We have Commissioner Rogers went out and looked at the EMS station there at Oak Grove Volunteer Fire Department. It was horrible, wasn't it? We need this, folks. We need this. Thank you.
Commissioner Mansfield.
To answer Commissioner Boyd's question, there is currently the Law Director's Office, I was informed, as well as the Codes and Planning, I guess, working on a quitclaim deed, I guess, for the Resource Authority to have that property deeded over to the county. So to answer who owns the land, the Resource Authority, I guess, it does now, but it is to deed it over to the county for that county building. I guess I'm going to pose a question. I haven't thought this through, might not be appropriate. I don't know what would preclude the county from deeding that land to the Oak Grove Fire Department to get around the requirements for the structural, or you have to have an architect. I know it started around $100-something thousand, close to 200,000. I think it's like 160, I can't remember. Then it jumped up to $400,000 because it was county land. So we approved that. Here we've been sitting on this for a year and a half. Again, I don't understand why, because this was approved in at least, January, February of 23. So I don't know what that process would be like if we were to give this property to them, as well as furnishing that building at the lower cost to save taxpayer money, as well as, get around the formalities of that. So I'm just throwing that out there. Again, I haven't heard the answers why. What was a $400,000 building went from a $100-something thousand building to a $400,000 building, now it's almost $1 million building. And I don't know why, what's changed, or what. I don't understand where this $500,000 from capital is coming from. I wasn't at budget last week, so I don't know what questions were asked, or if any were asked regarding this. So I just don't know what is the plan, what is the scope here. I would like to see that, but I think it might be worth, the money from ARPA is already committed. There's no reason we can't start something on that process. So I would like to see that happen for this facility, but if there's a way to absolve ourselves from this property in order so that that much money doesn't have to be used for the county requirements, but a nonprofit has a different avenue, I think it might be worth just at least looking into, good, bad, or indifferent. So just want to offer that up, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Commissioner Genone.
Thank you. I've been involved in this as well for 2 years. Well, it's almost 2 years. I think it has been. Felt like it. Made multiple trips up there, met with the people at the fire station, went in it, talked to them to see how it was going, talked to the chief about what his process was, and it was delay after delay after delay after delay. And he's been very patient, and I talked to him tonight, and he said that he had met, and I'm going to ask if we can suspend the rules so he can come up and speak about it, what he's been doing and what's been going on with it, so there's a little bit more understanding of where they are. I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules for him to do that.
Second. Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
I'm Wayne Drown with Oak Grove Fire Department. As Commissioner Wright mentioned, we've been working on it for 3 years. The money's went up and down, and different things have been explored. I try to get the questions. I think the one on the land's been answered, but to further it, yeah, it's a quitclaim deed that's been drafted by the attorneys, and the Resource Authority is getting ready to look at it, and they have, excuse me, early on said they didn't have a problem with giving that land to the county. As far as, it was $275,000, but that was 3 years ago, so what that would be now, I'm sure it's a lot more, or more. I don't know how much more. it was a pole barn type structure. I've worked with we met with the county engineer and the architect. What this spec is a steel structure. And I can't really, I know there's some definitely difference in prices, and, but I can't tell you what the current pole barn would be, which is a wood substructure versus the steel substructure. There's definitely the steel's better from a weather perspective and some other things. Is it the 900,000 estimate by the architect surprised me as well, and we haven't talked, or it didn't come up with whether or not what it would be for a pole barn or wooden frame. Definitely, if we move forward, that could be discussed, and hopefully, let's say the 900,000 was shocking to me as well. Hopefully, we can work to reduce that and not cost 900,000. And if it needs to go to pole barn structure, we can do that. Now, as far as giving the land to the fire department, and I don't know the rules on ARPA, but the $406,000, it was ARPA money, and I think that would run into a problem there. So then the money would come back to all of it coming from the county budget versus the ARPA funding. It will be a county building. It'll be just like the other building and some of the other volunteer fire department buildings. It'll be owned by the county, and there'll be an agreement concerning that building, just like we have an agreement with the current building that we have some of the apparatus in that we share with the EMS. And, but it will remain a county building on county property, and we'll utilize the space in accordance with the agreement that's signed at that time, which will be similar to the agreement we have on the current building and the other volunteer fire departments that have county buildings.
So in your best knowledge, you're not quite sure, you were told by the architecture that it would cost $900+ or $900,000+. And in your best judgment, you're not sure if that money is going to be actually what you really need versus maybe lower, depending on what you need. I know that you needed you have 2 pumper trucks, am I right? And the other one, what's the other one? The tanker, yeah. And one of them has to be in a building that has to be heated.
They all
have to be because of the water.
Anywhere from 200 to 2,000 gallons of water, and the piping for that, some of it's small instrument piping, they can't be out.
Right, okay. So you are asking for more money because of what the architecture told you?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I tried to be in queue here for a minute, just to respond to a couple things. And are we back under rules?
Okay. All right, yes, we're back under rules. Go ahead.
So there were a couple things. One question that was made, or did the Budget Committee authorize individuals to go and receive bids? No, we did not do that. That does not, however, preclude an individual from going and bringing information to this body or any other body. So I wanted to respond to that, but I also wanted to respond generally to, because we're going to have this conversation, and we're going to have it now, we're about to have it in just a minute over another item. And the game that is played here is this. We're spending so much money, look, I can find this other thing over here and how much cheaper I could get it. I get it. Like, I get it. The amount of money that goes into government projects can be gobsmacking. However, what I want to point out here is that at the end of the day, we have to abide. the problem that we have here is not a county problem. We have to abide by what the state tells us to do. And I'm going to read, and I know I hate to do this, but I'm going to read 2023 Tennessee Code, Title 62, Professions, Business, and Trades, Chapter 2, Architects, Engineers, Landscape Architects, and Interior Designers, Part 1, General Provisions, Section 62-2-107, Employment of Licensees on Public Works. So, paragraph A, neither the state nor any county, city, town, or village or other political subdivision of the state shall engage in construction or maintenance of any public work involving architecture, engineering, or landscape architecture for which the plan, specifications, and estimates have not been made by a registered architect, registered engineer, or registered landscape architect. Now, I could go on into all the subparagraphs, but my point here is this. We are at the mercy of what a third-party professional engineer tells us. I don't like the estimates that come back. I'm not going to like an estimate that's going to come back for another building. But when we get those back, we don't have, that statute is written for a reason, and that statute is written to say, hey, look, individual bodies, lawmaking bodies, we're going to put a check on you to make sure that you have a professional before we go and build something outside that for public use. It's there for a reason. And if we don't like that reason, we can go change Tennessee code. But until we change that code, and we can talk to our state lawmakers about that, the process works like this. We recognize we have a need. Okay, we have a need. Great. We put out some general requirements. Okay, we agree on those general requirements. Yes. We go and get a licensed professional architect to give us an estimate on those. We might make an initial estimate, and that initial estimate is to just hire the architect. We take a shot. Then we get an estimate back. And sometimes the truth is just not what we wanted it to be. And so at that point, we have a couple things that we can do. We can de-scope the project and come back and change it and submit it again to an architect. We can move forward, or we can deny it. And so I want to say all that because we're going to be up here and I'm a pretty fiscally conservative guy, pretty hardcore. We've gone a couple of years here. We hadn't had any tax increases. We've actually reduced it. So, and I've cut all sorts of projects. But when we get up here and we're like, oh, well, look at this. I can find this thing for $50. Well, that's not how the state code tells us to do it. So I'll get up off of my soapbox here and just note that we have in front of us, in any of these situations, we really have three things we can do. Approve it, deny it, de-scope it. That's what we can do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I will say that's pretty much what we did at the Board of Education. That is summed up pretty well. I think we're doing things a little backward here sometimes in our mode of operation. Commissioner Becker.
Yes, I just want to get clarification of this funding. I think the budget chairman spoke a few minutes ago, and I thought I heard some contradictory comments after that. But is this $500,000 from ARPA, or just $500,000 from capital?
The $500,000 is from capital. It is combined with the $405,000, $406,000 from ARPA into a total package that, if not executed, we will lose it. That statement I made is in conjunction with the statement I just made, such that we have received an estimate, and we can either execute that estimate or not execute that estimate. But if we want to execute that estimate with the ARPA, we need additional funding to do it. I hope that answers the question.
Commissioner Ring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 3 years ago, I was on General Operations Committee. I was also on the Resource Authority Board. This came up. I thought it was solved. 3 years later, we're still talking about it. And prices have gone up in the last 3 years. One of the problems that we've had on this commission is we let things take too long. We don't vote on them in a timely fashion. They just go on and on and on. Due diligence is wonderful, but when we're talking about buildings particularly, the longer it takes to make a decision, the more expensive it's going to be. That's just the facts of life. I'm going to support this because I supported it 3 years ago, and I'm supporting it now. Thank you.
Commissioner Pomeroy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I agree with what the previous commissioner said. You know, we have a lot of old business. I've been serving on a committee this year, and I was just shocked how much old business there is. And then people ask, why does this cost more than it did when we talked about it 36 months ago? I just can't understand that. But I must say this, as my background is in insurance and liability. I've said this to this body back starting in 2014. I see people in the front row. We like to say we're not in the fire business. And I'm telling you, we are poorly. We are going to be sued one day. We are going to lose, and it is not going to be a little amount of money. It is going to be for millions and millions of dollars. I'm going to support this, Mr. Wright. I support all this, but we need to know that just some 6 years ago, we tried to just give, I think back then the number was $10,000 per volunteer fire department because of some legal statute and some case law out there showing dollar amounts. If you give more than that, you're supporting them. They are technically 501c3 charitables. And so what we're doing is saying, hey, because we hate taxes in this county and we think it's better to let, and please don't be offended if you're a volunteer fire department worker, I appreciate you, you're a hero. But what we're doing every time we do this, every dollar we spend, every time we up in the budget for the volunteer fire departments to hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is not enough to run a fire department correctly. And I've seen the volunteer fire department apparatuses. I know y'all would like better. Those are not safe. And I promise you, when someone passes, when the right person passes, they're going to come to Sumner County and say, you don't get to say, and I'd love to hear our law director's opinion because I got a feeling he'll agree with me. You don't get to say, no, we're not in the fire business. No, we're just in the fire business poorly and as cheaply as we can be in it. Hey, we'll throw this volunteer fire department $100,000. Hey, we'll throw this one a building over here. Hey, we might throw this one that. We're just trying to do anything we can so the people who live out in the rural parts of this county continue to say they hate taxes. And they don't want to pay for their own tax. They don't want to pay for their own fire departments. So this is yet again, just one more. And y'all know me, I'm a jerk. I like to be, I told you so. I hope this doesn't happen. But this is just another thing that I'm going to vote for, I believe is ultimately going to pass. But it's just another example of us kicking a can down the road when it's like, are we in the fire business or are we not in the fire business? I got news for you. Our checkbook says we're in it really, really poorly. And when a fire engine from volunteer fire department that we gave $20,000 to breaks down and someone burns to death and they get the right lawyer, this county will pay them back. Now, as far as this goes, it's been 3 years. Yes, it costs more. I made this comment at the break. When under the Trump administration, which I proudly voted for again, passed ARPA funds, they set it out there so many years in advance that they thought there's no way people could mess up spending this money. And here we are 4 years later with about 5 items on this list that are all coming down to the fact that we don't want to spend money that, by the way, doesn't go back into anybody's paychecks. So when we lose millions of ARPA dollars because we can't get it through these bodies, it ain't coming, I promise you, whatever your check is after taxes isn't going back up any. You go, golly gee, man, we really fought a good fight. No, and next time, and I pray there isn't the next time, but next time there is money like this to be handed out, our county will just get less because they're going to say, well, you don't use it when we give it to you. So hopefully we can get through this and pass it. So I got to listen to a lot of people talk, so I see people making motions for me to wrap it up. I've got the ability to speak here on this. And so I would hope we would pass this. I hope we don't spend another hour and a half, because I won't be here. I won't stay if we do, talking about the item two down that's going to require more, cost more or we're going to lose $2 million worth of ARPA fund on it. This is going to be a broken record all night, so I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Let me make 2 points here. One is we are down to a handful of people to talk on this. I doubt that anyone has any other, with all this discussion, any other valuable information that's going to change my mind. But let's be mindful of that. We get to a point where we go in circles, and let's stay on point with this. This is whether we increase this or not for whatever reason. Commissioner Klein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was very cognizant of my esteemed colleague from District 3 and his frustration with me. I think we learned more about this building tonight than any of us knew. Mr. Commissioner Pomeroy, the reason the price has increased is the scope has changed.
Commissioner, talk to me.
Oh, the reason the price has increased is the scope has changed, and we did not know that. It's gone from a pole barn, which is what we've been told for 2 years it was going to be, to a red iron building. We've never had a discussion with an architect. We've never had the architect's information conveyed to us, so we couldn't possibly know. But I would like to remind the commission that it's been reaffirmed in a recent lawsuit that we are the owner of the building. We need to know what we're building because we're representing the money of the people. So it is appropriate, I believe, that we're frugal and know what we're going to be building and know what we're not going to be building. And just for clarification, Mr. Chairman, if it's not appropriate for me to go back and get prices to check what we're doing here in the county, let me know, and I will stop working so hard on this stuff because it takes a lot of time to do the research involved in refiguring prices, especially when you don't have the information that you need to get a complete price. Thank you.
Commissioner Rogers.
Call the question.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Is there a second to that?
Second.
All right. I'll place that on the board.
Each commissioner record your vote.
Here.
All right, question's been called.
No, it hasn't. Take 16 votes.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. We will keep talking even though 14 people want to proceed.
Well, am I in the queue, Mr. Chair, or do I have to go
Yes,
all the way
go
back to
ahead.
the bottom? Thank you. So since that failed, I guess I'll just exercise my right like Commissioner Pomeroy did. You know, this has been going on for 3 years. And I'm kind of taken back that someone would think that a pole barn is okay for our emergency services to live in. I served as Health and Emergency Services Chairman for 2 years under this commission, and the idea of it known that there is issues in this county emergency services stations across the county, and then for somebody to think that it's okay to spend $400,000 on a pole barn for our emergency services personnel to go sleep at night, if they're able to even sleep, is quite disturbing. I would rather have a steel house than a pole barn house any day. So with that, I think it's rather obvious, especially if the county is going to own the building, that the steel and rebar and the concrete like it needs to be would be the way to go. So I'll support this, and I would ask that the rest of the commission do the same. And just like Commissioner Pomeroy said, 2 down, we're going to be having the same discussion. So let's trust the committee process. I think most of this came out of budget with unanimous votes. And just so I'm clear, and if I'm not, please help me understand, This is just saying, yes, we're agreeing to allocate this much money to this project. If the scope comes back or the bid comes back and we're $300,000 less, then we've still got that $300,000 that can go back to general fund. Is that correct? So we won't have all this money. We're not just willy-nilly spending $900,000. This is just saying we want to set this much money aside, and if it comes back less than that in the bid, great. So, I mean, let's move on.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones?
I just want to clarify something that was said. Pole barn versus a steel architecture structure, if you're outside it, you cannot tell the difference. If you're inside it, you may see wooden tree trunk sized beams holding things up, or on the corners versus red iron. Cost is a little bit more, but the engineering is why, because the beams have to be designed out of steel. My brother and my son built two identical looking structures. One's made out of wood, it's considered a pole barn. One's made out of engineered iron. It was because wood was so expensive to get at the time that one decided to go out of steel. But the inside part is extremely hard to attach things to on a metal structure because there's no wooden studs, or you have to build out the walls. All that being said, they're equal in value. I would not degrade one versus the other for people to sleep in or stay in. There's some really nice ones out there. They call them barn dominiums, but they're pole barn and steel. So the one question I had was, and I'll address it to the chair, but probably budget can answer. If we were to approve all of these items under the budget, learning now that this is coming from capital and not from ARPA, what would our capital funds be at after all this is approved? It seems like we're getting really close to spending them all down. At the point of, let's just fast forward to the end of this and say we did approve everything. What would our capital funds be at for the rest of the year till next August?
We'd still have about $2 million, not including the 19.5 that's set aside for paving.
So $2 million to carry us through till next August in case any emergency happens in the county? That's kind of scary. That changes my opinion of everything. I was ready to do this, but we're fixing to pass all this through without even considering that? That's insane.
I'm checking, Mr. Chairman, can I respond to that real quick?
Yes.
Just checking with the finance director. I think it's actually in line with about where we were on balance this time last year. We may be a little behind, but I don't think it's radically different.
Okay.
$2 million? Okay.
I'm happy to get a number.
Commissioner Mansfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The exact number would be $2,172,165 is what we'd be left in capital if we approved all this tonight. But again, $500,000 is coming from capital. It's not coming from ARPA. I'm equally surprised. Why are we even here? Why has this not already been built? It's a shock to me that we haven't done this already with the $406,000 that was appropriated almost 2 years ago. And it was never my understanding that I'm hearing new information every time somebody speaks, that there's going to be people sleeping in this. I was never understanding this as a sleeping quarters, just a facility to store vehicles, and as a separate building. So that's new information to me about this project. So I don't know what's changed there. And I do appreciate the commissioner from the 6th District due diligence. He was elected to the seat just like everybody else was elected to their seat. He has the ability to go out and find quotes and talk to people, just like everybody else in this chambers has that ability as well. I appreciate the due diligence of the commissioner from the 6th District and trying to be prudent with taxpayer dollars, try to figure out what's exactly going on, and bringing forth alternatives to say, hey, I also did hear the captain from Oak Grove talk about that this building could be rescoped back to what it originally was to cut down the price. And so I was kind of surprised to hear that as well. I mean, he did say that during comments. So there's just a lot of questions here. It's just bizarre. Again, I don't know why from our planning and engineering, county mayor's office, this stuff hasn't happened yet as far as this being built. The commission has nothing to do with that part. We appropriated this money a long time ago. So this is, I just have a lot of questions on this of what's really going on. Again, the need for this $500,000, what changed that? I guess it's going from that pole barn structure to a steel structure, it seems like, or maybe there's been quarters added, but I'm not seeing anything, any accompanying information in this packet. I don't want to do anything that's going to jeopardize the $406,000 of getting started. So I would like to, it's already been approved and appropriated. This is a separate issue, this $500,000 from the 406, so we've already done that. So I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do here tonight, Mr. Chairman. This is pretty confusing.
Let's, I remind everyone, let's stay focused on the expenditure. We're sort of getting off on defending people, attacking people, general discussion, comments that are frivolous and are not really helpful. So let's just focus on the issue of this expenditure. Mr. Teachner?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I believe you make a good point. I find it embarrassing that one of our commissioners had multiple commissioners kind of attack him, and you didn't say anything about it. And it just bothers me, and I just want to state for the record, he never suggested that there'd be a $406,000 pole barn built for people to sleep in. It was suggested that there would be a pole barn built, and there was scope creep that changed things. And everybody in here wants there to be something for Oak Grove Fire Department. Every single person in here. But I sat here and watched him get berated by multiple commissioners, and you didn't say anything. And I would appreciate it in the future if you would take up for our fellow commissioners, all of them included, anyone, any side.
I'm saying that, Commissioner, I'm saying that to everyone. Thank you for your comments. I think Mr. Klein is a wonderful person, a good friend, but this is not defend David Klein night. I would say the same thing if it were directed toward me. This is an expenditure we're discussing. So let's stay on point with that. Commissioner Pomeroy?
Call the question.
Second.
Well, that's good. You were the last person in the queue. So, all right, place that on the board, Madam Clerk.
Each commissioner record your vote.
One.
And that passes with 16 votes. Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
We're on the main now, and that is, the motion is to approve.
All right.
I believe I already motioned for it.
Motion and a second. Seeing no one in the queue, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
I'm going to abstain, Mr. Chairman.
Probably needs division, Mr.
All right,
Chairman.
let's put that on the board.
Each commissioner record your vote.
Passes with 15 votes, 2 abstentions.
All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Moving on, 2410-17 is to appropriate $452,000 for additional salary. So move.
All right, we have Commissioner Janung in the queue.
Thank you. I had a question. I'm sorry, are you on number 2? No, sorry, I'll wait till number 3. Sorry.
Okay, Commissioner Teachner.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to ask, what department is this? I didn't see this material.
Mr. Chairman, this is from multiple departments. Off the top of my head, Sheriff's Department, Fire and EMS. So just to give a little bit of backstory here for everyone. This when we voted on the budget, we had several departments come forward and ask for changes within the preceding week to budget. And what this body decided to do, I think wisely that night, in order to get the budget over the hump, I moved to set aside 1/2 of a penny, approximately $500,000, in order to address some of the potential changes and to review those at a later date. We have spent the last 2 months in budget reviewing these, and during this last budget cycle, we came to a total amount that kept us under that $500,000 amount. But to answer the question, this includes the Sheriff's Department, EMS Department, ECC, the Election Commission, and a couple others that I can't name off the top of my head. But that was the purpose of it, was to address those, there was also the Circuit Clerk Court. So there were several of those, and we plugged it. We maintained, we were within our budget, and we've balanced this. So I think we should support it.
Commissioner Mansfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was on the Budget Committee. I guess when we went through this process, we were using some sheets provided by the Finance Department with a public sector salary survey, and tried to be pretty judicious going through the process for all departments. I know that this year we weren't necessarily doing market-based pay scale adjustments, but more of a correction from, I think a lot of us felt was kind of previous years of neglect. But we did try to bring all the departments into as far as what, in a fair and equal manner along this scale. Some were way above and some were way below. So we went through that process, and I think a lot of the ones that were asking for this, they were above when the Budget Committee made this decision. And so we were being fair across the board. I was just surprised to, I don't think that we weren't fair during that process, especially the percentages that were given. When you look at where inflation's really hitting in today and what the market increases in the private sector is about 3 to 4%. We did 11+%, across the board almost on a lot of things. And, Gallatin did 1.5%, Knoxville did 2%, and Nashville did 3.5%. That was it. We did a pretty good job. And so I didn't support this in the Budget Committee. I'm not opposed to this necessarily, but I just have questions, or I guess concerns. I did have citizens reach out to me, said they were, should ask if we should be increasing anybody's salaries to the extent that we did as a commission. I felt we needed to this year, again, because we were making corrections from previous years. But I don't know if I'm in support of this because of the process we did go through the Budget Committee on what was fairly, in the increases across the board and bringing people into parity. Some were above, some were below. We brought everybody to that equal footing. I don't know if this necessarily does that at this point, so just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay. Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe I remember this process in the budget night. It was very contentious. There's lots of big items on there, and I think it was to save time. Is this where the $20 million of paving got changed to 19.5 for this amount?
Mr. Chairman. Yes, this was part of that. This was part of that discussion. So that answer is yes and no. This is the 20 million, which got reduced to 19.5, is one-time capital. So if I'm to answer this very accurately, this would be half a penny of recurring funds. So that's the difference here.
All right, seeing no one else in the queue, I'll ask the clerk to place that on the board.
Each commissioner record your vote.
With 16 affirmative votes, it passes. All right, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So moving on to 2410-18. This is transfer, so there's a couple items here, and I'm happy to expound on it. it's transfer of $404,335 and then appropriate an additional $2.1 million for the Westmoreland EMS fire station. And so I'm gonna make a motion on this, but I just want to give a quick background here because I'm sure there'll be questions on this. This is a somewhat similar situation to what we just discussed. We have, for 2 cycles now, agreed that this Westmoreland EMS facility is something that we needed. We put it on our long-term planning, and then we put it onto this year's budget. We appropriated ARPA funds for it, put out a bid on it, and the bid came out much larger than we expected. Again, I look at this, I might have a lot of questions about the manner of increase here, but at the end of the day, we are at somewhat at the mercy of what the professional architects have given us, so I so move.
Motion and a second. Commissioner Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have done another project here, spent a lot of time on this, and since I understand that it's okay for me to do that, I would ask you all to address the 3-page handout that was on your desk. And I'm going to read something I wrote so that I don't get confused. In recent months, the County Commission had approved a not-to-exceed allocation of $2 million to build a new EMS building in Westmoreland. This building will house 2 Class A ambulances and 4 EMS personnel 24 hours per day. As the chairman of the committee at the time, I pushed back, as I believed then and still do now, that the costs were excessive. The compromise was that the amount would be a not-to-exceed. At our regularly scheduled general operations meeting this month, we were informed that the architect that had been selected to design the new structure informed the mayor that we would need an additional $2.5 million in order to complete the project. As the mayor was not present at that meeting, none of the committee could have any questions answered. Last Tuesday night during the Budget Committee meeting, the subject came up for a vote to allocate the additional money. Once again, dismayed at the anticipated cost of such a small project, I asked what the square footage requirement would be. The mayor informed us that the architect is planning a 7,000 square foot building. Knowing that the ambulances are large, 8 feet by 27 long by 10 feet high, it took me a few moments to run the math in my head. With 4 foot of space on all 4 sides of each ambulance, I knew we would need about 600 square feet per vehicle. That would leave 4 sleeping quarters, a living room, kitchen, laundry room, a half bath, and some storage. If there is another requirement, I don't know what it would be because we have not been informed of that. Last week was a heavy agenda with the budget meeting. Patience was running low. The chairman was trying to get through every item. The long and short of it is the appropriation passed through committee and we have it before us now. I have taken the time to present to this commission what I believe the building could look like if we employ some restraint and common sense. I have made a drawing of a single sleeping area, which, if they're all stapled the same, is page number 2, that would have a 10-foot by 10-foot room with an open bath area attached to it. The total, very generous area for a sleeping quarter, not a bedroom, is 160 square feet. In the context of a 40-foot by 64 building, it would look something like the page that I believe is the front page. At least on mine it is. The 2 common areas are 384 square feet each and are self-described on the next sheet. The ambulances are taking up about 640 square feet per ambulance. The compilations are on the 3rd spreadsheet. I believe we can have a very roomy building that would be a total of 2,688 square feet rather than 7,000, and will do everything we need it to do. After all, we're only housing 4 people at a time and 2 ambulances. Finally, I spoke with a friend today who recently finished some office with warehouse buildings near Gallatin Airport. The building came in at about $130 to $140 per square foot. I spent much of last week looking at new and used houses in Gallatin. You can buy just about any house in the Nexus complex for about 250 square feet. Knowing this building will be a glorified warehouse, I have used numbers that should be very close to what reality will be in building this project. I come up with a total only of the building price of $435,200, and I believe that to be fairly conservative at that. What you have in your hands is more than we've received from the architect who has been selected for this project. Here again, we have nothing in general operations. I don't know about you, but I'm tired of allocating money when we have absolutely no indication of the scope of work involved. We did it twice with the school bleachers, and we continue to do it with every project we build. As a commission, our first and foremost responsibility is to those constituents we represent, to protect their hard-earned money. That's why I spent the time drafting this report, and that is why I believe this project needs to be deferred back to general operations, where we can have a meeting with the architect and have him tell us why we need more than the building I've presented here, and I so move.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign?
No.
Place that on the board.
Each commissioner record your vote.
Does not receive 13 votes, so we will still discuss this. Commissioner Jones?
I guess I'll try to get that one more vote. This did not go to general operations. We're not using the committee process well, everybody would agree, but we're not using it all on this one. We've all got our complaints about the committee process and how it's not working well sometimes, but we're not even using it on this. This has got to go to committee. And if the mayor refuses to come to the 7th meeting in a row, then I would ask the committee chairman to reach out to the architect and ask him to come to the meeting so we can ask him direct questions. I don't want to trust, I mean, I like Commissioner Klein. I think he's a smart guy. I don't want to trust his evaluation 100%, but I think he makes some good points that even if we doubled this, we're still at half the cost of what's being proposed here. It warrants asking the architect questions as to why it is so expensive and why it is such a huge square footage. I mean, what's one more month to get these answers? I don't like, as a commission, we should never do anything because the mayor says so. We're our own body to make our own choices and our own decisions and our own research. If the mayor's telling us that the architect says this, we need to ask the architect and get the answers as to why. We deserve to be able to ask the questions at the very least. That's all I'm asking, is that we send this back to general operations.
Mr. Chairman, can I answer a couple questions?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
these were, we mentioned these in the budget committee when we were discussing this. So there are some considerations here. Typically, I would probably be in favor of sending this back for a little bit more study. However, there are some things to note. One, again, this is tied up with ARPA funding. So if we do not have this contract done by the end of this year, we're going to lose out on hundreds of thousands of dollars of ARPA funding. That's one, $2 million all in. Two, part of the reason for the expanded space is that in order to apply the ARPA funds, there are certain restrictions around how we apply it. And part of that is to store a considerable amount of personal protective equipment, PPE. So this facility will be used as a county PPE storage facility, thus the extra space. Now, so these are just facts. And this is some of the reason why it's somewhat larger than a minimal building here. I would add two items. One is this. if a architect can come in, this is an appropriation of money. We can get, you know, if somebody can come in get a bid for less, we can get that. It can still be done. Two, there is such a thing as being penny wise and dollar dumb. Like, in budget, I was happy to turn down, I have been happy to turn down to let ARPA grants or let grants expire. I was happy to do it when we talked about the grant with the Brown Park. Why? Because it was nice to haves and we weren't meeting the core request of the will. These are not nice to have things. These are things that we have said we need. They are core county functions. These are county functions that we can build now that can last for 30 to 50 years, or we can just try to keep it as little as possible and then have to add on and add on and add on over time when prices are going to go up. So it's important to realize that when you're talking about core functions, at least in my mind, you have a bit of a different bar to set in order to apply funds because you're going to get a lot of use out of it over time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Janone?
Thank you. I have some questions. I'm sure everybody else has got a zillion. One is, when was this project, when was it thought of and scoped out to be start? When did this project start?
So, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Long can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that we first put this onto a long-time planning 2 budget cycles ago. I believe that is correct. So it would have been 2 years ago that it hit our long-term planning, but we didn't act on it for the 2023-2024 cycle. For the 2024-2025 cycle, we appropriated funding for it for the first time. So it's been moving, truly moving as a project. If you count it then for about a year, a little bit less.
My second question.
Yeah, that's right. 2 years back.
My second question is, I never see stamp drawings. I just see words or hear words. I never see stamp drawings. It's the architecture said, who the heck's the architect? Because he's pretty pricey. And I mean, I'd like to know that. I'd like to know whose property is it? Because they were in a small house. I've been to that little house in Westmoreland. Where's the property now? Who did we buy it from? Or is it county property?
So we have purchased the land.
You purchased the land
Mr. Long, what's that? Mr. Mike Williams.
Mike Williams?
Yes.
I didn't know any property transactions. When was that?
Mr. Chairman, I feel like
this is what is bothering me. There's so many questions that there's no transparency here. It's just secrets, you know, and then you have to go through this yakking to get answers.
Mr. Chairman, we have a vote to either do this or not do it or descope it. And we can ask questions, or we can execute.
Just a moment. Go ahead. We can express ourselves and say what we want to, but we can't twist someone's arm and make them reply. So go ahead and say what your concerns are.
Right. So my concerns are, we bought land. I wasn't aware that we bought land. We have property now that we own, and we're going to build a building. We have an architecture who I have no idea who it is. We now have a architecture's proposed amount. We're running on a tight timeline for ARPA, which we've known about for 2 years, and now we've become an emergency. So again, this is like the courthouse.
Vote it down.
Wait just a minute.
Sir, please.
Go ahead.
It's like the courthouse. Everything is
No, we're not talking about the courthouse.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying that I don't understand all this because it seems to me there's not been any transparency in this. And I don't know, I don't know if I could even vote for it because I feel like it's, no, the transparency is a cloud. It's a dark cloud. And we owe it to our citizens to be more transparent about what we're doing with their money. And that's all I'm trying to say, is that this seems to be a little bit awkward. And I don't know. I'm just tired of blowing money without knowing all the answers that we're asking and getting arguments. And then, you know, I don't know. I just think that we're really not doing a good job here of our process. So that's all.
Commissioner Schmidt.
I'll try not to take up a lot of time because I know people are probably tired. But before tonight, I'm no longer on the budget committee. That's not what it's about. But I did listen and, played back some stuff just to, so this way, if I had any questions, I could ask them before tonight. So I really don't have any questions. Actually, I agree with the commissioner from the 11th district when he says, the costs of stuff have gone up. This is not going to get any cheaper. And I don't know if this is going to change anybody's minds tonight, but the city of Hendersonville built a new station on Mustang Way. And this, earlier tonight, I pulled it up on Google just to see. And so, this was according to WSMV Channel 4, and y'all can look it up and check this if you want. This was published August 30th of 2022. At the commencement of this project, it was going to be a $5.27 million facility. It was like a 9,000 square foot facility. So if you broke it down by square foot on that, it was roughly $586 a square foot. Now, mind you, this is 2 years ago, according to the article. So we're hearing $4.2 million for 7,000 square feet, which is about $600 a square foot. I was curious. I talked to Chief Poss. I said, I heard him at the budget too even speak on this. This is a growing area. So there are new homes being built up there in Westmoreland. So they're planning for the future, is from what I understand, why this facility is the size it is. Because at some point, you're going to need 2 ambulances up there. And he can correct me if I'm wrong, or from anybody. If I'm wrong, if someone was at the budget, please let me know. But from my understanding, eventually to get 2 ambulances up there is going to be a huge necessity, because if you've got a transport, say for a heart attack from Westmoreland, and they're being transported to Gallatin, God forbid, 30 minutes from that initial call, they have another call for emergency, they're going to need that second ambulance. So I don't see why we need to pass this buck or kick the can down the road. I think we just need to pass it tonight so the folks up in Westmoreland have a facility. We had this conversation about White House, and here we are with Westmoreland. We need to do this. We need to plan for the future, because that area, whether we like it or not, is growing. Whether we like it or not, the city's approving new construction up there. I think it was like 300 houses. It's happening. We have no control over that. That's the city. So this is the responsible thing to do, is build a facility right now that's going to take care of that down the road, and I think that's what this does. Thank you.
Commissioner Rogers.
Question.
Second.
All right, motion, is all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, place that on the board. Place that on the board.
Each commissioner record your vote.
All right, we'll continue to talk about it. You go ahead.
So, point of order, Mr. Chairman, that's not how our rules work. I mean, I don't care. Our rules work. I mean, we can't do that.
I'll yield, Mr. Chairman. I'll go back to the bottom.
No, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So, as for being chair of Health and Emergency Services, this has been a topic for at least a year and a half, fairly. The mayor did mention back when ARPA funds first came around that we had allocated money for this probably, just right off the top of my head, a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago. At least a good solid year ago that we had allocated money for this. The land was being looked at probably 4.5, 5 months ago, he mentioned in Health and Emergency Services that the land was being looked at, that we was going, I believe the location was right off of Highway 52, across from where the station is now on the opposite side, on the south side of 52, if you're coming in from 31 there in Westmoreland toward Portland. So the transparency, obviously, I believe, has been there. So we really just need to, I mean, let's go ahead and approve it, see what the architect says so we can get some pretty drawings, and then see what the scope is. And if we need to rescope the job, then we can rescope the job at that time. I think that's where a lot of confusion is coming in on the process of how the bids work. First of all, we have to have an allocation of the money, then goes out to the architect, then they come back with the scope, and then we decide whether or not we want to spend the money. So at that point, I'm beating a dead horse. But I would encourage everybody to vote for this, and then maybe we can move on through the other 13 or 14 items before midnight. Thank you.
Commissioner Boyd.
So I don't think it's a matter of whether we need an EMS station. I've also been in the Westmoreland station, the house there. It's small, it's nice, it's not disgusting or anything that people like to say. But I think that the issue is that there's been no support. So I was just taking a look at our standing rules that we changed. And it said that in no case would we propose an expenditure, an appropriation, an acquisition, a contract, an agreement without being accompanied by information to include at a minimum a full description of the item or the project or a statement of need. We got need. Please, no more discussing need. We're there. So an estimation of the cost, alternative solutions, we don't need those. And the reasons for maybe the scope in this case. I think the frustration that we're hearing from some people is that we haven't seen the plans. We haven't seen why the scope increased, and it kind of didn't get taken care of in general ops. There was no presentation of that. It was just, let's spend it. So, I mean, I hate saying this, so let's pass it so we can see what we're going to get. I don't think I can go there for $2 million. I think I could go there if I had some plans, but I don't have any plans, and I can't make that leap to see what I'm going to get.
Commissioner Jones.
I agree with Commissioner Boyd. Again, I just asked this go back to the General Operations Committee so we can ask these questions. You don't pass something and then try to rescope it afterwards. Once it's passed, they're going to spend the money. They'll find a way to spend that money. They just will. It didn't go through Gen Ops to get to this point. So what makes us think it's going to come back to Gen Ops after we appropriate the money? That makes no sense at all. Send this through the proper channels and let them justify why this amount is needed. Let's see the plans. This is why taxpayers think that the government is corrupt, because they do things outside of proper channels and then bring forth expenditures and just pass them with no explanation of what you're getting from it. We can't do this. We have to ask the questions. We have to at least have the architect in front of the committees to ask the question. That's our job as general operations. To avoid coming to meetings and avoid bringing the key players to the meetings is ridiculous. We're asking for the bare minimum for this to go through the proper committee at least once. Thank you.
Commissioner Pomeroy.
One, I don't want to go to the queue. I'd like to ask the mayor if this, I've never heard of this never going through Gen Ops. My commissioner from the District 6, I felt like when we were discussing this in the Budget Committee, I think he was on Gen Ops. I thought he had talked about it had been through there. But I don't know on that. I will say, as far as just process, I do know that in order to get the scope and the plan that I hear people talking about, you have to approve and allocate funds to pay an architect to give that, which from my understanding, there was in budget, we talked about that the other night. The chairman spoke about it. We were having a hard time getting people to vote to pass money to pay for an architect because they didn't want to be committed once they paid for the plans to then move on. So again, we have this chicken and the egg. Like everybody's saying, well, I want a scope and I want these plans, but nobody wants to say, well, I'm going to pay an architect $50,000 to draw these plans. So somewhere in our process, I'm not pointing fingers. I don't know how we get past that, because I think it's good, smart people saying the same thing, but it's like, well, if we're not going to spend money to get an if we say well, we don't want to spend money for an architect because then we're committed, then we don't get to say, okay, well, I don't have a plan now. Because what's happening here is you have an architect who's going, okay, you're not willing to pay me for a plan and for a scope. You're not willing to pay me for that. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you I think this is going to cost this. And then if you approve it and pay me, I will then give you a plan to see what it costs. The mayor can correct me, but I'm 99.9%, that's what's happening here is we're not wanting to pay them to give us an exact number. So we're just saying, hey, what do you think this costs? Well, he's not going to spend any man hours or any man time to have somebody sit down and draw a building like this if he hasn't been paid. So he's kind of doing us a favor in that aspect. Two, when it comes to, I appreciate this, and I appreciate this drawing. I know how much my fellow commissioner cares, and that's not what I'm saying. My best friend and I couldn't be more different. I'm wanting to do a project at my house. I told him the number. He said, man, that sounds high. I got to think me and you could do it for this. He came over, he drew it on a napkin, and it looked really good. Now, I know my best friend, and he can do just about anything, but he does this a lot too. And when I say, okay, well, does your cost, you said that 100 sounds high, you think we can do it for 40? Are we talking to an architect about where we're tying into my roof? Where we got to come over those gables right there? We're going to have to put crickets? Oh, no, we'll see that when we get up there. Okay, we'll do this. So when I see this, I don't know, I know not, I appreciate the work, but there is something different about actually going out and getting an architecturally designed scope building than saying, and the reason why that law is there is if you go to rural counties and small counties, or even this county in the past, you walk in and you go, how in the world approved this building? Who would even let somebody do this? And it's because some body of commissioners said, you know what, we could probably do this and throw up some wood and do some stuff right here and it'll work. And the state finally had to step in and say, you know what? We can't just allow our governments to just go out and just build stuff because they get 13 votes at their commission meeting that says, hey, 8 of the commissioners think they can get together and do this thing and make it work and save money and be cheaper. And we don't know if this is brick, if this is not brick, if this is what, if this, there are codes that we have to enforce too. So I don't know why it didn't go through Gen Ops. I would love for the mayor to answer that question. I think that's a reasonable question. But the argument on the spending, one, we got to either be willing to pay architects to draw stuff for us. You can't just ask an architect. I promise you, if you call an architect in front of tomorrow and say, hey, I'm thinking about building a house, and it's going to be 5,000 square feet, and I want to sleep he's going to say, well, my time's $475 an hour. I'll draw you a house plan. If you say, no, just tell me about what it costs, you're at a stalemate, and that's what we just keep doing over and over and over again, and that is why it's been going on for 2 years. We approve something, and then we never go anything else. We just want to, and then there's this stalemate. I couldn't imagine. I mean, I made a joke the other night, like, how in the world in budget are we trying to get to a goal of ZZZ old business? I agree with the chairman. At some point, I said this the first night we met, you got to vote for something at some point in time. And what we're dealing with is the fact that I think we have a lot of people, I might be in that never want to vote for anything. And we're so scared of making people elected us mad. We just sit around, well, we'll get it back to Gen Ops. We'll put it in old business. Oh, we got out of Gen Ops this time. Well, we'll put it in budget. Budget, put it on old business. We'll send it back. You got to vote for something sometime. So I talked until 10:01, my self-proposed. So if we vote in the next 5 minutes, good. If not, I'll see y'all next month.
County Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to try to bring clarity to a couple things and refresh the memory of this body that when we first started looking, once y'all were elected, you first started looking at the ARPA funds. This building was budgeted for $3.5 million then. And just about every month, you have changed the scope of the ARPA funds. Y'all moved things around, wanted to do this, wanted to do that. And there really never was good clarity on where we go with ARPA projects because we really never knew what you was going to do with them. We'd always wait till the next month to see what the new plan was. Well, you cut the ARPA on this project to 1.7. Well, lo and behold, it comes in at 4.2. 2 years of inflation. That's where we are with it. If we would have left it at 3.5, we would have been talking about a little bit more money, and we would have been able to justify that. But that's where we are with that money right now. We talked about the land. The land went through Health Emergency Services. We talked about it. We talked about it in Gen Ops. We talked about it in budget. We had an independent appraisal done on the land, got the property well under appraisal, got a good deal on the land. It was a great piece of property for the EMS station, gives them great access to both 31 and 52. It was a prime piece of property that we were able to get. That was a good decision. But here we are, it's October. In November, we have to be able to get this project drawn out with the architects and then bid it and then contracted before the end of December. And we're against the timeline here. Now, I didn't make the timeline. You know, the timeline started 4 or 5 years ago. But here we are. Now, also, the project, lost my train of thought on this, but forgive me. The ARPA project was set up, and it's ready. Oh, okay, I know where I was going with this. When we got to the point of getting an architect, our first architect came in at about $6 million and wanted to charge us a $600,000 fee for that. I said, no way. I said, it's not going to happen. We can't do that. I said, that is too much. It's way out of budget. We can't, you know, we can do it better than that. So we got rid of that architect and went with the second one. The second one comes in at 4.2, much lower fee. I still, seeing that gap between 1.7, 4.2, I knew that I could not engage those services without coming back and being transparent to this body, say, listen, guys, here's where we are. I know we got a deadline, but we're past Gen Ops. All of this has been thoroughly vetted by Gen Ops. We're now at the point to make a decision. Yes, it has. Now it's a budgetary decision. It is in budget. That's the proper committee to make this budgetary decision. We've determined there's a need for an EMS station in Westmoreland. That's done. Now, as we go engage the process, I have absolutely no problem sharing everything with Gen Ops, and I said that in budget, that as we engage our architect and start building the plans and getting this ready to go out to bid, let's hope it comes in under 4.2. I would love for it to. But we've got to start this process, and I need to know that we're going to have more than 1.7 because there ain't a chance we can get it in at 1.7. And if we don't go over that, there's no use in wasting money on an architect. You might as well put the land on the market and move on and stay where we are. But that decision has to be made tonight. And I want to strongly encourage you, let's move forward with this and let's make this happen. Thank you.
Commissioner Teachner.
Mr. Chairman, how much do we or do we not have a limited budget in our county?
This is not a time to ask questions. I have my opinion, you have yours.
We
Just
have a
tell
limited
us
budget,
what-
don't we?
Tell us what you are thinking.
Okay, yes, we have a limited budget.
Okay.
What happens if we run out of money for that budget? We had to raise taxes. At what point, I got to ask a couple more questions. Commissioner Klein, again, was thrown under the bus for doing some due diligence and working.
Let's just stay on subject.
But, okay, were we presented with drawings that we were going to build our entire thing off of? Is that what the question was? I don't believe that was the case, and I believe Commissioner Klein wasn't trying to say this is the final drawing. But what I'm getting to, at what point is it appropriate, and at what point is it inappropriate to ask questions on where we spend the people's money? At what point is it wrong and an abuse of power to just continue to use it? We've got almost $2 million in there, so no one said don't get an architect. No one said that at all. But the thing is, what says no is when we get to the end of the money. And we're $2 million away from being at the end of it. So at what point do the people say that's enough? Don't spend anymore. It's not that we don't, I mean, if we want Corvettes for every county employee to drive, we run out of money eventually. You understand? That's the point. And I don't think that anyone doesn't want, and no, we need it. We definitely need more services in this county. But the reason we don't have what we have is because we have overspent in the wrong areas for decades. And that's the problem. It's not because we don't care and don't want to give, because it's not our money to give. But we have overspent the people's money. It's embarrassing. And they don't have the services they need and deserve as county citizens of this amazing county, because we don't take the time to ask questions, and we haven't for years. And I think it's time that we stand up and every one of us unanimously start asking questions, pass it through committee, and not be scared of saying, is this appropriate to spend their money? Instead of getting mad at each other for asking how we spending their money, if my kids took my debit card and just went and spent all of it until it was gone, they would have nothing until it was gone. We can all spend too much. We don't have any more than these limited funds. So I think that we should stop the argument on when is it appropriate to ask and question, do we have the money? Or are we going to have to raise the people's taxes to give the people what they should have already gotten for years if we hadn't been wasteful? It's fraudulent.
Commissioner Wynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I am not in favor of Corvettes for all of our county employees. Just
Okay,
wanna except for Mr. Wright, maybe. Couple questions here, and I appreciate the previous speakers and you know, advocating for asking questions. I know I do that a lot, and oftentimes there's moans and groans, and so thanks for advocating for asking questions. Asking questions isn't a bad thing. You know, disagreement's not a bad thing. I think it's how we get to good policy and how we get to good decisions. But I do have a couple questions, just a clarification. So this funding, is this ARPA funding? Because it's, you know, I heard from our previous speaker about the $2 million, which would indicate that it's coming out of general fund. But my understanding is that these are ARPA funds. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, can I answer this? So it's both. This is similar to, and Mr. Isbell his timeline kind of helps explain this. So originally, we had $3.5 million. 2 years ago, when we put this onto long-term planning, we had $3.5 million of ARPA. You know, we did that and said, hey, let's try to, because we were trying to figure out what to do with ARPA in order to spend it most effectively. And so we pulled that down and said, hey, let's see if what we can get for $1.7 million. That should give us enough to get at least an initial estimate. So we did that. In the interim, we have allocated ARPA to other funds or to other projects which have been initiated. So, we've spent the ARPA as we should have done. The bid came back, so we started with 1.7. At this juncture, we had 1.7 of ARPA toward this project. The estimate came back to be 4.1, and we realized, we don't have enough in ARPA to plus that up. We have $405,000, $406,000 left, so we put that toward it for about 2.1, and then we put an additional $2 million from capital in order to sufficiently, to meet the full ask. So to answer your question simply, it is both. However, and I want to stress this for everybody who's going to punch something. We are effectively 60 days away from needing to lock these in. I do believe the mayor's point here is correct, that if we choose not to do this, and we de-scope this, or we try to de-scope it by fiat, we run the risk of losing $2 million of these dollars. Because nobody's going to say, hey, nobody's going to sign up and say, hey, I'm going to build this building for half of what this architect said. I don't like all of the numbers either, but we know that a similar building 2 years ago was built at a similar price point. I don't think this is fraud. It's not fraud. It is more expensive than we would like, but this is not a pet project. This is not a nice to have. And we have a ticking clock on it. Sometimes the truth just is what it is, whether you like it or not.
I'd like to continue on. I appreciate the explanation. So just to the appropriation of the 2.1 million, what is that?
The 2.1 million, the additional 2.1 is from capital.
So we're at a total of 4.5
with the land.
Okay.
With the
okay.
land.
All right. Yeah, and like, whenever I was out before I got elected and just talking to people, infrastructure was a huge concern, and we continue to see it. The county continues to grow, and we've got a knack for kicking the can, and at some point, you actually got to do something, things they're not getting cheaper, I think we've proven that out time and time again, to where we'll delay, and then we're all shocked because, oh, wow, the price went up. I'm all for due diligence. I think that's probably one thing we're really good at, and we need to start making decisions. It's time to execute and do something. This isn't something that's new. This isn't something that we just found out about last week. This is something that we've known about. It's been discussed in Gen Ops. It's been discussed everywhere. We know about these things. And here we're still not wanting to make a decision. I think that's the shameful part, is that we're going to kick the can down the road, and we will continue to push a need of a community. And for what reason? So that we can say we didn't spend any money. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Commissioner Mansfield.
Again, Mr. Chairman, I'm just getting new information tonight. This was a surprise to me. I didn't know it was going to be a $4.5 million building. It's always been a $2 million building through the budget process. Even what we approved this summer in ARPA, and even back in the budget hearings, this was approximately $2 million for this building. We had at one point done another $1.75 million, I think, for a potential White House building on top of this. I guess that got pulled back. But in our budget right now, it's $2.27 million for this facility. I was surprised, to be honest with you, because I thought it was going to be $2 million for a ambulance station in Westmoreland. The $4.5 million, the extra $2.5 million ask here tonight, definitely was a surprise to me. Wasn't through the budget process. I never heard about it before. I never heard numbers of $3.5 million mentioned in budget. If it was, my apologies, I don't remember it. I've only remembered people being scoped out for being $2 million for this facility and using ARPA funds for it and no other funds from the county. That's always been my understanding of this project through the budget process for the past 2 years. So I was caught off guard by this, to be honest with you, as far as that is concerned. You know, I understand, again, the problem is we are caught in a dilemma that we're using ARPA funds to leverage for this, and we have to commit it by December of 2024. So that's the bad part of this process, and I think that we've gotten tired of it, citizens have gotten tired of, the sky's always falling, everything's an emergency. Well, now the sky is falling, and it is an emergency because you're truly in a bind. And I don't know how we get to this point. Again, this has been approved for a while. Why this hasn't gone faster as far as getting these types of estimates, approvals, or appropriating it to doing it, and why it hadn't started yet is beyond my understanding. I'm frustrated that it hasn't. It was mentioned earlier about Westmoreland's growth. Mo were here, he would talk about that. The reason is when they annexed 400 acres of county land and approved 1,200 homes, here's what the taxpayers are left with, paying for somebody else's growth. I heard this month after month for 4 years of my first 4 years in the commission from the guy who sat right here, who represented Westmoreland, who would have been opposed to all that growth that was mentioned earlier, that's causing this. So it's, again, another catch-22. We are in the middle of a vicious cycle, unfortunately. Again, this one just makes me mad because we will lose that $2 million that I thought was going to cover the entire ambulance station. Thankfully, we have almost $500,000 of ARPA that I'm glad we're burning through that and getting rid of it so we can't keep having these conversations. So that's $2.5 million. The $2 million, again, caught me off guard. I understand that the size increase, there's a determination for the PPE. This was never brought to GenOps, to my knowledge, contrary to what was said. So I've never heard this being discussed other than just during a budget process generally. It's the first time. I didn't even know we bought land for it for $300,000 approximately. I was like, when did we approve that? I mean, I don't know when we did that. I know we didn't do it in this chamber. As far as an appropriation to buy land, we never approved that. So that was a surprise to me tonight to learn in back row conversation. So it's frustrating. It is really frustrating. But I do agree we've got to do something. So I don't disagree with that sentiment. That's why I made the motion for the Brown House. Let's accept that money. It's never been done in 7 years, 8 years. So we did that. We did something. But I don't know the difference in size of a 7,000 or 8,000 square foot building, what's required, how much PPE, to scope that down to what Commissioner Klein has a 2,600 to 3,000 square foot building, which seems more reasonable to me. So that's a pretty big difference. That's a lot of PPE if we're talking 4,000 extra square feet. I don't know what the materials are used. We don't know those questions. I understand the chicken and egg of the architect. Nobody's going to give the architect, he's not going to give us exact drawings for free. I understand that. Everybody understands that. But when this discussion hasn't even happened of like what we want to tell the architect we want to do, that's where the problem and I think the frustration has come from commissioners in committees where the committee process has been bypassed, and we want to talk about that. So either do it through the committee process and shut up, or do it from the floor at all and shut up. I don't care. But you can't criticize one and the other and flip-flop every month on this issue. Again, after these votes tonight, we're down to $2.1 million approximately in our capital projects. I mentioned this during the budget hearings or during the August budget. At one time, there's an estimated of $3.8 million back in May to fix this roof. Engineering, architecture, all the structural, $3.8 million to fix this roof. If something happens to this roof, we don't have the money for it. It's not in our capital, won't be after tonight. So, you know, it's bothersome that all we do, we see dollars there with like, my God, we got to spend every penny versus actually save for a rainy day for a rainy roof. The jail roof, we spent $1.7 million on it. I think that hopefully that's finally done. It's on the ARPA sheet as well from August from our budget. So this is just frustrating to me. Mr. Chairman, I know it's frustrating for all of us. I wish we could just say this $2.4 million is accepted right now. Now we're being told it's an extra $2 million. I don't know what prevents us from spending $2.4 million right now of ARPA and committing that now and then coming back later if we do need extra money. So I don't know because this wasn't discussed in committee, I'm learning about all this tonight when I got my agenda on Friday. I was out of town this weekend, so just studying it all today. I don't have time to make an educated decision on this, unfortunately. I haven't seen all the facts. I haven't seen all the things surrounding it. I'm just curious what is really necessary and what's really required that we can use the $2.4 million to have room for this PPE for a storage for that. I don't know. And I'm just torn on this one, Mr. Chairman, so I will yield the floor.
Commissioner Boyd.
I have a few things. Some items, where to begin? So we have appropriated the ARPA money. It's appropriated. We have some very expensive consultants. We paid them a lot. We pay them a lot. We can call them anytime. We can ask them. We've appropriated the ARPA money. That's what we have to do by December, appropriate the ARPA money. It's done. Now, tonight we're talking about adding additional money to increase the scope. I think we have time to look at that. Maybe I'm wrong, but we can call the consultants. We have 2 months. We have 2 months. In February, I invited all of you to a special video conference with the consultants. They talked to us about counties and how counties still had money. They have avenues to deal with that. They're there to help us. If you don't know, it's iParametrics. They'll answer your questions. They've answered a lot of mine. So I don't know that there's all that, like, we have to do it before 10:30 so Kevin can go home. But the ARPA's been appropriated, I believe. As far as we've been talking about this for 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, this is the first month I've heard that we're going to add $2 million to the scope. I've been waiting month after month. I read. I've been looking for the plans. I wanted to know, like, things like, were we going to give them a community center? Because that's what I'd like to give Westmoreland. Like, would it be like Shackle Island and they could have a community center? Could they have a kitchen? Could they do this? Could they do that? Been waiting. No plans. Waiting. No plans. The other thing regarding the ARPA money has been moving around. This commission can't decide what to do with the ARPA money. I've been watching the ARPA money, and there's been some changes, but not the Westmoreland EMS. Now, what did change about that was it was misclassified as the White House because it was in the more restricted fund. And we had that, the names of them were backwards. I don't know if that's fixed yet, but it doesn't matter. It'll go through. But that's the only thing that's really changed about that ARPA. We haven't been messing with that Westmoreland ARPA, I don't believe. If it was many, many months ago, maybe 2 years ago. But it's been stable, and I've been waiting for the plans. So as far as like not moving on it, I've just been waiting for plans, and I think the ARPA is appropriated, and I think we have time to discuss the additional scope or how big it's going to be. We have 2 more months before the end of the year, but again, the ARPA has been appropriated as far as I can tell. Oh, and one more thing, because I'm kind of still salty about this. We want this additional money, but let's go back to remember that we gave Hendersonville Utility over $1 million of this ARPA money that could have went for this, but we gave that to a utility company. Still salty.
Commissioner Becker.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment here. I definitely understand a lot of the frustration and the questions because I share some of the same concerns. I personally believe that a lot of the frustration boils down to, and I'm not picking on anybody because I'll include myself, is there's a lot of misunderstanding of what the committee process is and how items flow through the different committees. I think that there's a commission efficiency ad hoc committee. I'm hoping that one of the items they recommend is laying out a process flow of when items go through committee, because I think there's some misunderstandings of this didn't go through committee, this should have gone through the committee. Mr. Isbell explained a few minutes ago the background of this, and people either don't believe him or, well, I guess that's it. They just don't believe him. And I think that boils down is that there's just not a clear understanding amongst the 24 of us is what is that committee process. Because I agree, my opinion is Gen Ops, they determine, is this project necessary? Okay? They're working in a silo. Then it passes on to the budget to figure out, okay, where we're going to get this money from. So as Mr. Isbell explained, and I don't know when it went through Gen Ops, but I believe him. Others don't, and that's fine. But I believe that at some point in time, it went through Gen Ops, it passed through Gen Ops, it got to the budget committee. As he said, the architecture came back. It's more expensive, so now that's what led us to here. That doesn't send it all the way back to the beginning of the queue. That's not how it works. Okay, so I think a lot of this confusion and the frustration is simply that the 24 of us do not understand the committee process. Okay, so I'm hoping that the Commission Efficiency Ad Hoc Committee will put that on their item, or one of their many items that they come up with. I don't like this. I don't like the fact that we're at 4.5 or whatever it is right now. But at the end of the day, I mean, as it's been mentioned, we've got to make a decision. And if you don't feel comfortable making a yes vote, then there's a red button that you'll be able to push. If you don't know enough information to say yes or no, there's a yellow button. If you feel comfortable enough to push that green button, that's great. Okay? So that's how that process works. So I would like to encourage everyone to move forward, and let's put this to a vote. Thank you.
Commissioner Pomeroy.
Second.
All right, we'll put that on the board.
Each commissioner record your vote.
Let's keep talking. Oh.
All right, that fails by one vote, 15-7. We have only two other people in the queue. Commissioner Pomeroy, you were calling a question. Then we have one, Commissioner Brown.
The $404,335 is ARPA money, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want to amend this resolution, that we appropriate and commit this $404,335 so that we don't have to worry about a deadline, and then send this thing back to Gen Ops so that they can figure out what this building is needed. Now, they've got a budget to pay the architect, but like I say, we need to understand how much this thing's going to cost and what the scope of it is. I so move.
So let me, this may answer your question. What you're saying is to appropriate the 404, send it back to General Ops so they can figure out what they need to really need there, and go from there.
Yes.
That sounds pretty good to me. Okay.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chairman, and that is my understanding, and that is also our finance director's understanding, unless that has changed. I would like to ask the finance directors, which radically change what we can and can't do here. I would ask the finance director to opine on this. The question is, the point of information is, by the requirement for ARPA by the end of the year, is the requirement to have it appropriated through this body or appropriated and under contract by end of the year this year?
With very few exceptions, wait a minute, is that thing going to turn green? Is it good? Okay. With very few exceptions, it has to be obligated by the end of the year. What that means is you have to have the products ordered or the contracts awarded, in other words, signed. And there's a few exceptions for administrative costs and other things if we've reported them, but these would not fall under it.
So in your opinion, would we have time to do this?
The question, and this is what came up in budget, and it was spelled out quite clearly, the mayor did not feel comfortable moving forward with a $4.2 million estimate if the commission wasn't willing to support it, because what could happen is he moves forward and spends $250,000 or $300,000, brings it back to the board, and you vote it down, the $250,000 or $300,000 is gone. That's where the whole argument was coming in.
Okay. Do you still want to make that motion? Is there a second? Second. All right, there's a motion and a second. Commissioner Jones? Okay. All right, let's place that on the board. Do what?
If she could just repeat what the motion is before we vote, it really helps.
He's just pulling off the,
I know that's.
I mean, you're gonna lose this.
$404,335, and then send the rest of it back for Gen Ops to make a plan.
No, we only committed to 1.7.
And what the scope of this project is.
All right.
Each commissioner record your vote.
Let's vote it down 12-9. There's Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask the mayor if he thinks he could get us a plan for the next general operations meeting, because we still have 2 months to ask these questions.
I just asked the finance director, and I think the mayor was in agreement that there's probably not enough time to do what needs to be done. I asked that just a second ago. All right, we're going to put this on the board. This is a yes or no now.
Mr. Chairman, could you please restate the motion? Or I guess I'll restate the motion. The motion is to approve.
Yes, motion to approve.
Appropriation of both the $404,335.52 from ARPA and then appropriate an additional $2.1 million from capital for the Westmoreland EMS station.
Yes, all right.
Each commissioner record your vote.
Passes 13 to 6 to 3.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. 24.
We are, right now, it's been about 2.5 hours. We're going to take, it's very appropriate to take a little break right here. We're going to take 10 minutes and right back in here.
You can just group approve all to the end.
That's what I was gonna do. Yeah. But I mean, they're gonna fight against that. We can go to the school. At least we can group with the school.
Yeah, and then like the only thing is these last two here.
They're gonna fight those.
Well, I mean, that's fine.
I'm gonna make a motion group for that.
Well, yeah.
Oh, sorry. You leaving? Well, I think Toby's going, man. I'm only staying because Toby's. Can't breathe.
Can I go? Can I go with you? Can I go with you? Can I go with you?
I'm gonna wait here with you, because I'll just let you stay while we shot hoops.
There you go. Huh? A line to the there's a bathroom out there. Okay, Commissioner Baker.
Mr. Chairman, before, I think Mr. Ring has a motion before due, I'd like to make an apology here publicly for, I snapped at a fellow commissioner earlier and said, vote it up or vote it down. I just wanted to say I'm sorry for doing that. I got frustrated. So sorry about that. I believe Mr. Ring was going to make it.
Mr. Becker, Chairman, I have a motion.
All right.
I move that we group and approve 24-10-19 through 24-10-37.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No.
The ayes have it. All right, put it on the board. Evidently not.
Mr. Chairman, just to make sure, we're going 19 through 37, is that the motion?
Yes.
I'm going to.
Each commissioner records your vote.
Mr. Chairman, question, discussion.
The vote's been called. All right, that didn't work. We will go one at a time.
Anyone not voting wishing to vote? You're voting whether or not to group and approve 19 through 37.
Mr. Chairman, another motion.
I move group and approve 19 through 32.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Well, I say the ayes have it unless there's a division requested. All right, let's Go ahead with, Mr. Chairman.
So,
with 18.
item 2410-33, which is appropriate $70,000 for a grant for the sheriff's office. I so move.
Seeing no one in the queue, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Item 2410-34, approve distribution of unallocated restricted opioid funds. I so move.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Item 2410-35, approve opioid abatement funds FY 2026 grant application policy and scoring guide. I so move.
No one in the queue, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Approve carryover for FY 2024 to FY 2025 for the open purchase orders.
No one in the queue, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Item 2410-37, to approve a multi-year contract with GNRC for grant admin services. I so move.
Commissioner Jones.
I just had a question on that, if someone could, from budget, could explain that briefly, because I know we opted to get out of the GNRC altogether. I'd just like to hear a little bit about what this is for.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I actually had that same question in budget, and at the end of the day, this is, my understanding here is that this allows us to have the option to use their services for grant application. So given that we have, I think we've all discussed that we have a need for additional grant services from time to time. This doesn't mean that we are collaborating with the GNRC in order to build any particular plans. It's for that specific purpose. It gives us the ability to do that. And I'd be happy to hand it over to the mayor or Mr. Long to expound if you'd like. Yep.
All right. Commissioner Palmer, Commissioner Bergdorf, no one. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Well, actually, it was me. Ms. Bergdorf was. Thank you.
I never get to talk. So it was $6,000 for a 2-year contract for that GNRC, because I asked, and it's $6,000 for any questions she has on any grant that she's working on with them. It is not per grant, so it's $6,000 for 24 months.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, no one in the queue. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. I say ayes have it unless there's a request for division. Okay, go ahead, Chairman.
So this next one is to appropriate $3 million for asphalt for the highway department. I so move.
Motion and a second. Commissioner Mansfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During the budget hearings, when I was on the budget committee, I made the motion to approve the up to $20 million contingent upon the highway department's compliance with the 2012 Financial Management Act. It's my understanding that, the deadline was October. That was set forth back in May or June when I first made that motion. It's my understanding it's not, the compliance isn't there of what the original motion was. So I don't think we need to vote for this until that happens. I mean, that was why this money was set aside, so I'll be voting no.
Okay. Commissioner Jones?
Yeah, I would entertain a amendment if somebody wanted to make one for the contingent upon him complying with the Financial Management Act of 2012. But it still bothers me that this is possibly going to get into maintenance of effort spending, because I heard some back and forth from the finance director on this with the budget chair. And so I want to hear a little bit from them on whether or not this was maintenance of effort, add to our maintenance of effort or not. But still, I'm hung up with the rule that we started, and it's got to be contingent upon that department's compliance with the 2012 Act. So,
Mr. Chairman, can I respond?
Yes.
So this has been a debate between Mr. Long and myself and the CTAS for about 6 to 8 months now. So the debate revolves around a statute that says maintenance of effort is defined as local funds appropriated for the purposes of roads. I'm paraphrasing, but that's it. It is it's a 5-year average. So it's a 5-year moving average. So it's not like some other departments where it's just last year. It's a 5-year moving average. So my position it's the position of CTAS, which we have on tape. We asked this of CTAS on tape. So we have this documented, and their position is that it has to be local funds appropriated to the highway department. That's how they track it. That's how they count it. A more strict interpretation, which is our finance department's very conservative way to look at it, is that I guess a broader way to look at it is that any funds appropriated for use of improvement of roads, maintenance of roads, would fall into this. At the end of the day, we asked CTAS. CTAS agreed with my interpretation, more narrow interpretation of it, and there's a very good reason for it. And that reason is that if you were to go more broadly, which we have done many times, anything that we would have paid for out of capital, we've paid for trucks, we've paid for capital equipment, we've paid for buildings potentially, like those things which we paid for out of capital would all be dumped into the moving average for maintenance of effort, and it would be very, very, very difficult to track. It would be cumbersome, and so the idea is that the simpler accounting for this is just what goes into that fund, which we did not do. So I'm saying all that to say that CTAS agrees with the more narrow interpretation that I put forward. If we were to have a more broad interpretation, well, that broad interpretation is going to have to go back years and count a bunch of capital that this commission and previous commissions have already put into the highway fund, and we'd basically be recalculating maintenance of effort entirely differently anyway. So I think we are in very safe waters that this will not be counted toward our maintenance of effort and instead be appropriately classified as one-time surge capital for a specific set of problems that we have in our infrastructure. So that was a long answer, but it was the most thorough way I could do it.
Could I ask if the finance director agrees with that explanation? Because I feel like a judge could just override everything you said if they want to, because it's an opinion, and I want to get a consensus here at least.
What Matt Schoaf or Commissioner Schoaf said is accurate. Basically, County Technical Assistance is the organization that's charged with doing the 5-year average. They say they're not counting it toward it. The only concern is if you take the statute very literal, it says local revenues committed or basically appropriated to the fund. If you take the very broad point, it should be included in there, but County Technical's told us they're not counting it in there. So right now what Mr. Schoaf's saying is basically I'm taking the most conservative approach to make sure you're aware of it. So they have told him that.
So I don't want to hear what it says. I want your opinion on it, because I could come up with a different opinion. So.
Well, I'm just reading, and I'm not an attorney, but I'm just reading the statute. And basically what the statute, it's based on the 1985. It says that basically you get the 1985 increase only if the county appropriates and allocates funds for road purposes from local revenues an amount not less than the 5-year average. That's exactly what the statute says. The amount in the capital projects fund is property taxes, so if you read that literally, it would count. County Technical, the organization charged with counting the maintenance of effort, said they are only going to count revenues in your actual highway fund, which is what Mr. Schoaf said. So he's taking the more narrow approach the way County Technical Assistance looking. I'm just looking at it the most conservative.
So you have a difference of opinion?
It's a difference of opinion, but I'm not going to say mine's always correct. I'm just taking the most conservative opinion.
So Another thing that concerns me, again, this came up after we approved it in highway. It was brought to my attention that the ask on the budget line item for the hot mix, which is what's being asked for tonight, has been reduced for the last 2 budget cycles. So the shortage has been twice coming, and now it's being asked for later to make up for. Why is that? Does that mess with the averages? Why would the numbers go down, the request over the last 2 budget cycles, and then ask for it at the end? Is it being sent to different categories within his budget, or?
Mr. Chairman, can I respond?
Yes, go ahead.
So what we did is when Mr. Ellis and I, we had several discussions about this, and his assessment was that we are kind of perpetually behind. Because we have fallen behind in our highway maintenance. This is not due to anybody, not throwing any stones, we just have. So Mr. Ellis, we discussed various ways to solve this. And the way we decided was most efficient, again, taking into consideration a conversation we've had many, many times tonight, things are only getting more expensive. At the time that we had this conversation, we were looking at 35 to 45% increase year over year for raw inputs. So what we decided to do was, it's kind of the same theme on a couple other things. We're gonna eat it in one big chunk. So we want to put a surge amount of funding to do more than standing maintenance, well more than what our previous per mile, miles paved per year amount was, so that once we are done, we can reduce the year-over-year miles needed more to where they used to be, more than where they used to be, so they won't fall down before, but not so high as what we are doing now. That was the idea. So you surge forward in order to avoid future inflation, and then you draw down over time. And the best way to do that is to set aside a big chunk of capital.
So why not ask for more in your hot mix budget each year than less? That makes no sense. That's counterintuitive to what you just said. I understand putting the big buildup of the $19.5 million there for rainy days, but why not add it into your budget at the beginning of the year?
It's I know we're kind of going back and forth here. It's not built up for rainy days. It's the opposite of that. We're spending it now so that we don't have to spend as much later. So it's not a buildup for a rainy day fund at all. It's a burn it as quickly as we can now because we're behind.
No, I shouldn't have said rainy day, but what it is if he can get to more, you want to do more. At the end of the year, you want to do more, do more. He's got a fund there to tap into. But if you're shorting yourself on the amount that you're paving each year over the last 2 years, you can always do more. Why not build it up at the front end and ask for more in that line item of the budget? That's what I'm not understanding. Why would it go down by like $1 million?
If I can,
Mr. Chairman,
if you would just state an opinion, because we could go on all night long with just a conversation back and forth here. Just state what you feel.
I understand. My line of questioning goes towards, is this going to affect maintenance of effort even more because it is having to deal with the paving in that line item of the asphalt, and is it being buffered by reducing that amount and then catching it up later with the tapping into the 19.5?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to respond to this because it is important, and I'm happy to respond.
That, and then let's stop
Absolutely.
this.
So the central issue is, because we were behind, it was difficult to understand what a true maintenance of effort is, because the assessment is to do the catch-up is higher than what a maintenance of effort might be. And so the answer is, we don't know exactly what a maintenance of effort, like a good miles per year standard should be. I mean, I think Mr. Ellis has a good idea, but we were doing well less than that. We want to catch up and then understand what a true maintenance of effort would look like so that we can build that going forward.
All right, Commissioner Brown.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Just as Commissioner Mansfield had stated, we approved the original $20 million if we could get purchasing over to finance. That was the deal right there. In financial management, we're trying to get two things. We're trying to get him to implement the time card system. We're also trying to get purchasing orders over there too. So far, we have no date as to when Kronos is going to be implemented. And then our finance director said we're going to push purchasing on down the road. I just don't understand why we're rewarding delinquent behavior with giving them money whenever they haven't even done what we asked in the first place. That should be at least something that we should stand on principle, rather than just throw the money out there. And then again, I thought that this $20 million was supposed to have been spent over a 5-year period, which again goes back to your thing of, is this going to expand the MOE? So I don't understand why we're even at this point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Teishner.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we amend the original motion and just amend it to come in. I didn't know about that, so come into compliance with the 2012 Financial Management Act. And contingent on knowing if it's amended, has to come before financial management and the finance director say, yes, it's been amended, and the money goes straight to highway.
All right, motion, is there a second? All right, there's a second. Commissioner Becker.
I have some hesitation of if we had the authority to mandate another elected official office to do something, then this would have already been in place. So I have hesitation of trying to make this contingent upon him doing whatever was decided in budget. I personally don't recall, like I wasn't on the budget committee last year, I don't recall the discussion during when we voted on budget as a full commission of there being a contingency. Looking at the budget itself, there's no footnote, there's nothing in the budget that even states anything about the contingency being in place or being a requirement. So I don't agree with putting a contingency on it by telling another elected official what they can and can't do. And one quick note about the maintenance of effort, because it's a 5-year average, the way that averages work, it doesn't matter if it's 0, 0, 0, 0, 20 or if it's 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. The average is going to be the average. So just because it may or may not have been spent 2 years ago or next year, whatever, the average is the average because it averages out that way. So I can help explain that in more detail if anyone would like me to afterwards. But anyway, just want to make those comments.
Are we ready to vote on this amendment?
Sir. No.
Who is wanting to speak? Commissioner Jones? Commissioner Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question to, could you direct a question to the chairman of the Financial Management Committee? Was there not a motion passed in that committee to defer the POs?
That's where this came from, was financial management, not budget.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner, who else wanted to speak? Just the amendment, okay? You've not spoken on this. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just, again, looking back at the budget and was looking at this, when that happened, there is no, again, I've been on the record saying words matter. There's nothing in the budget that I voted for in July that says that money was a contingent upon this. There's not a line item. There's not a footnote. It was not spoken about on this floor. Now, constitutionally elected officer or an elected full-time employee official of the county, who I think won his election by, I think it was one of the biggest landslides out there, actually. I mean, I think it was, the people spoke loudly that they wanted him to be in that position. I don't know if this body, again, I think we do a lot on this body. It's been proven with comments over and over and over again. If we don't know about it and we can't punish people and we can't do this and we can't do that, then we have a lot of problem. I have a problem to the citizens that I don't think we can blackmail elected officials with money. I don't know if that's legal. I'd like to ask our lawyer if that's legal, if we can blackmail and say, if you do this. I have a question. There's not a point of order.
What is your point of order? Who's being accused of being blackmailed? Well, that's not a point of order.
Yeah.
That's not a point of order of this meeting.
Let me choose words. When we are telling someone if they don't do something we won't give them something they want. I don't know what you call that. But we need control. If you don't give us control, we won't. So citizens, hear this. If your elected road superintendent does not give some people on this body what they want, we will not let him pave your roads. That's what we're saying. That is 100% what we're saying. You either give us control of what you got, or citizens, we're not going to let him pave your roads. We'll hold the money over his head. Some people call that blackmail. I don't know. Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else I've missed that wants to speak on this particular? Commissioner Mansfield.
So, again, this budget was passed, had a $20 million originally appropriation set aside that maybe could be used for this, not committed, set aside. So the only thing that we can do as a legislative body, we control the purse strings. Second thing is, that's 100% inaccurate to talk about leveraging or blackmailing when the fact that these county departments are in violation of state law. You're breaking the law. Private Act was passed in 2012 saying this is what needs to happen. These departments have been out of compliance with state law for 12 years. So we want to talk about let's do things by the law. How about we hold people accountable to do things by the law? You can't have it both ways. Oh, you guys are doing stupid stuff over here, but then we're going to allow this stupid stuff over here. That's stupid. So the law is pretty clear. These departments are just rogue and not want to come in compliance with what 16 commissioners voted for in 2012 and the State General Assembly voted for in 2012. And the 16 commissioners came back and voted again in 2012 for this Financial Management Act that we're operating under. It's pretty simple. And if the county commission wants to say, hey, the only leverage you have is the budget, you absolutely can go to department head because this is not their budget. This is extra money. Has nothing to do with his maintenance effort, his budget. I do have to agree with the budget chairman. I encountered this my previous term in the commission with a capital need. I was told that we couldn't use ARPA funds for a piece of equipment. I advocated for doing that. I was shot down, but I did make that motion to use, instead of capital projects from ARPA, for equipment for the highway department. Answer your question earlier, why don't they ask for more money? They've always asked for more money. Problem is, after January of 2021, this thing called Bidenomics kicked in, and hot mix increased by like almost $2 million in like 1 year. It's like $1.9 million. It was insane. So that's been part of the problem, I know. So I don't have a problem with what the motive here is doing that. I got trust issues, department heads who aren't in compliance with state law. That's just a fact. So it's really simple. There was a motion made and an amendment. I second tonight to make this contingent upon. I made that motion in budget back to the budget hearings, it passed the budget committee, I believe unanimously, or maybe one person, I can't remember, might have voted against it, the commissioner from the 7th district, I can't remember. There was no problem with it then when it was proposed. It was debated thoroughly for quite a while. Even words used, people are going to die if we don't do this, you know. Again, just crazy. But simple fact is, we do have the authority to do this. We do have authority to hold people accountable to following state law, because everybody's going to accuse us of not doing things right. And by God, we're all going to do something right. We better do something right. And that's just a fact. So I have no problem approving this money contingent upon compliance with the 2012 Financial Management Act. That's what motion I made in this summer. Because this is extra money, this is outside of the process. It is about bringing these county departments in compliance with state law. It's that simple.
Okay, the people that are in the queue, are you speaking on the amendment, Commissioner Wynn? Okay, you have not spoken. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just a question on the Financial Management Act of 2012. What's the deadline to be in compliance?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to answer that because I was just having this conversation with our finance director. So, it's important to just understand, the law recognizes that, we're essentially running a $300 million P&L business here. And you don't just flip a switch and move all your accounting into a central location overnight. So and I'm happy to hand this to our finance department, but the Tennessee Code provides for and this is very common, provides for a kind of a moving forward clause, such that so long as this body determines, or jointly we can state that, hey, we are moving forward toward more centralization with respect to central accounting, purchase orders, et cetera, we are in compliance. So I believe that we are moving forward, and I just asked are we there yet? No, but I just asked our finance director, are we moving forward such that we are in compliance with the law? And I asked him to answer public.
What audit told me, we talked to him at I think it's got me lit up. What audit told me when we talked to him at the last audit committee meeting, our private act says basically as long as there's some movement, you're in compliance, and they said they would have a hard time arguing that we're not got some movement as long as we're discussing it or moving forward in some manner, which we're doing at this point.
All right, Commissioner Boyd. Pardon?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I wasn't through.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
So, I mean, to say that, hey, we're non-compliant, I think it's a bit of a misleading statement to put that out there as to this one individual is not in compliance, when in fact, as a county body, we are in compliance because we are moving forward. It may not be the progress that some on this body want or would prefer, but to say that we're not in compliance is not an accurate statement. So, I just have another question too, is Kronos. How far are we on implementing that is within the functions that are pursuing Kronos? Have we implemented it anywhere?
Well, wait just a minute. Just express yourself. We're not asking questions of different people here.
I was asking to you, but, I look around when I'm talking, so, but Kronos, there seems to be some issues in implementing it, I know, in different departments. So the fact that our highway department hasn't implemented it yet, I don't think is the biggest red flag, because it's not the only department that doesn't have this done. Also, too, I have to sit here and ask myself a question. We've got a highway superintendent whose job is to pave roads, who is asking for more money to pave roads, and we're saying no, that we don't want you to pave any more roads because we, you know, we're trying to essentially, I feel like it's a strong arm tactic. It's much like our water situation for the northern part of the county. It's where we've got to get exactly what we want and have control over everything. It's like, man, can we not just get out of the way of ourselves and let people do the jobs that they are elected to do and provide the services that everybody needs and wants? And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield.
Commissioner Boyd.
So I think most of you know that I'm the chairman of the Financial Management Committee at this time. I'd like to say, well, first I'd like to address the highway issue, and then I'd like to speak to financial management and the private act. So my one question with the highway, I don't know how closely everybody looked at the budget. We under budgeted hot mix by about 1.3 million from last year's expenditures. So we're gonna have to give them money. I don't know why it's under budget. I'm looking at the budget right now. Hot mix. Estimated expenditures for 24 was 2.5. This year's budget is 1.2. So let's talk the numbers. We're gonna have to put some money in it. But why it's under budget, I don't know. But it is, I'm looking at it. Everybody can look at it, it is. Now I'd like to speak to financial management. I've been working on that. Gosh, I've been working on it. Read it all the time. And I've told everybody, I've told the department heads, I don't care. I don't care what it says. If you guys would like, we can change it. If you don't want to do it, that's fine. If you don't want to do parts of it, that's fine. I've just been trying to do what they set out to do. I don't really care. I'm just trying to follow what it says. But if we don't want to do it, can we just quit bothering the department heads? I don't think that's the right way to do it. Centralization and modernization, especially with the growth that's coming to our county, is essential. We have a lot of resources that we're using because of manual processes. We are missing out on a lot of internal controls. I'm not going to get into that right now. We went over some tonight. There's a lot of internal controls we're missing because we have not fully embraced the Financial Management Act. Unfortunately, and it's not going to take any more time if I give my financial management update now and if I wait 10 minutes. In financial management tonight, we discussed that the resources in accounting are not adequate. We do not have anything in our fixed asset module. We do not have anything in our grants module. We do not have anything in our budget module. We need significant resources. We need resources to train resources. It looks to me that the county has not invested in taking care of this. We're going to suffer for this as we grow, just like we've talked about infrastructure and this and this. As we grow, this is going to become more painful. We're going to have a workshop to answer your question about Kronos. It's coming along nicely. We're going to get together and have a workshop and get input from department heads, not tell them what to do. We're going to work on it. We're going to work together to try and get to a better place. I would ask that if we don't want to fulfill the Financial Management Act, let's get together and decide we don't want to. I don't care. But as it stands right now, we should move towards it, and we should have a plan to move towards it. It did come up in budget, and we asked that highway purchasing comes over. But as I just outlined for you, Finance Department does not currently have the resources. We need significant resources in our Finance Department to get all of these up so that we can modernize. And it will, in my opinion, save us money because we're using a lot of manual labor pushing paper around here. So I ask you to look at the Financial Management Act. If you don't like it, let's change it, but let's quit aggravating everybody. Either do it or don't. But for right now, there's this budget's underfunded. 1.3 million less than last year. I don't know how it got there, but I'm looking at it. So some money's got to come from somewhere. We won't put any hot mix on the ground.
Commissioner Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't mind passing this amount. I passed it out of highway. We passed it unanimously out of highway. Like I said at the beginning of this, I was unaware of the contingency, and I just want the budget chair to clear it up right now. Was there a contingency on this 19.5? We had this discussion earlier. There was a contingency when we passed the budget that was going to be contingent upon compliance. That's what I keep being told by everybody that I've talked to about this. I would just like that to be known right now.
Mr. Chairman, you want me to respond? So, if I recall correctly, we did ultimately have some contingencies on this here. I don't know if it was where it was captured, but I believe there was a good bit of back and forth on this. I'm not sure if so there were originally two contingencies. One was for purchase orders and the other was for Kronos. I'm not sure if we actually passed both or just one. I'd have to go back and look at the notes, but I do think there was a contingency. But again, we just asked the finance director, are we in compliance, given that we have forward momentum? He said yes. So I think it's something of a moot point, given that we're within the boundaries of the law.
So that wasn't my question about whether we're in compliance or not. It's whether or not we said there was a contingency on this money to be in compliance. And if the answer is yes, then we owe it to ourselves to follow through with this. All we have is the power of the purse. That's what our branch of government does. The state gave the law, and progress means moving towards a goal. In my discussions with Mr. Ellis, there's no intentions to ever go into centralized finance. He has made that clear. So if we're going to say we're making progress, he needs a goal. He needs to set the goal, or we need to set the goal. And I thought we already set the goal back when we approved the budget. So it's one or the other. It can't be both. He has no intention. That is not progress. So if you want to say the county is as a whole moving towards it, but he's not, then that's not progress, because eventually we're going to hit a stumbling block and we're going to stop right there. So what's the goal? Is it to get in compliance or not? Are we going to renege on what we said for budget or not? I stand by the amendment. I'll be voting for the amendment.
All right, Commissioner Teachner.
Mr. Chairman, the primary goal, as I understand it, for the Financial Act of 2012 is to bring a centralized accounting method. So that means that all purchase orders would go through the finance department. So I have one question, and I'll sit down. How many departments are not in compliance with this Financial Act, Management Act? How many are not in compliance? Can I ask the finance director?
Mr. Chairman,
that would help things a lot.
Point of order, I'm not sure that this is germane to the...
I'm not either, really. I think we're venturing off a little bit, but I'll ask the finance director for you if he can respond. How many departments would you estimate are in compliance?
Or not in compliance?
Are we talking about just purchase orders?
Yes.
The highway department's the only department we're not going to purchase orders.
So the entire county is in compliance except for that on purchase order? Okay, I restate my amendment.
All right, Commissioner Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm surprised our financial management chairperson shared information and plainly said that even if this was to get turned over, we don't have the manpower to do it. And we got to do it to do it. It baffles me. It's like building a house, and let's start with the roof. Katie barred the door, there's no foundation. What the hell is it gonna set on? You know? If I'm the road superintendent, I would have zero intention of turning it over, knowing that this is the crap I gotta go through to pave a road. You know, I mean, we underfund our paving, and then we put this out here to where it's like, oh, you do this, and then we'll give you money. Wow. 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 That's all you can say.
Commissioner Brown?
The original intent was to get purchasing, as was stated right there, under central finance. That was why that 20 million was given. That was the contingency right there. Kronos was just something that was out there, and we're trying to get the other third of the county to get compliant with Kronos. We have a lot of purchasing order exceptions and violations. And those, you know, we're getting a little bit stricter on that because people need to come up with some kind of an idea as to why this happened, rather than just asking for forgiveness. I don't understand why we cannot hold to whatever we say. As has been stated, the only way we can get people, I mean, you look at the U.S. Congress, the only thing they've got is the power of the purse strings. Here, we've got the power of the purse strings. It is not blackmail. It's not jumping through hoops. This is what we do. This is the power that we were given by the state. We control the purse strings. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Pomeroy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple items here. We talk about what the chairman of the Financial Management Committee said. That's correct. We're about to have an item next that's all about a position that for the last 14 years this county has refused to recognize takes two people to do. And that's whether we have a grant project manager or we have a grant accountant, and we just try to, long before this commission came in, because again, we don't spend money. Everybody can say we do. The financial reports come out. We have great credit rating. Our debt load is really low. We're ranked really, really good. The question asked, why did we undershoot hot mix? Because of what we're doing right now. Because there were some wink, wink, nod, nods. You don't have to put that in there. We'll make it up right here. We're going to put this 20 over here, but those conversations happened. We all heard them. So we're trying to do everything we can to make this budget look as tight and as sharp as we can. And a year ago, we got to take a penny off the rate, and everybody loved it. And then we come back, and there was this, hey, we got this 20 million, we can do this, we can do that. It doesn't go to MOE. If we do it this way, we can figure it out. You can lower your budget here, we'll make it up here. That's why we're here. He didn't just all of a sudden say, I want to buy less hot mix. No, he negotiated in good faith with the budget committee to figure out a way to get it. Now, as far as if what we vote on in the purse strings, I agree totally. The problem is when you come and present that budget to the rest of this body, it has to say what you're voting on here is contingent upon this. And if it's not in the resolution, if it's not in that motion, then it's just some people talking. Y'all don't have to get mad at it. I mean, I'm just factually stating, if I'm giving, everybody says, I just listened to an hour and a half. I didn't get a scope. I didn't get this. I don't have a drawing. I don't have this. I don't have nothing. I don't have nothing to see. Well, the budget had nothing in there that said this item is contingent upon this, and this for the other 20, the other 44, 18 of us to look at. It didn't have it in there. It might have changed the whole budget. We might still be here talking about that budget last year. I don't know. So it's just been one continuous meeting. But it was not in there. So you can stand up and say, we got to hold to what we did. Because, no, that was not voted on by this body, by this body. This body has the final say. 13 votes. Mr. Chairman sometimes says we can sell this building if we get the right 13 votes. I mean, this 13. So the fact that 3 or 4 of you might have said that or might not have, or in a meeting said, we're going to do this for you if you agree to get under this, that was not presented to this body. If somebody can show me where it was, I would love to see it. But it wasn't. And I believe we just had an hour of people saying nothing was presented to me about this. Nothing was presented to me. When did we vote on that? Nobody presented this to me. Well, nobody presented to this body that $20 million that we had was contingent upon him coming in compliance with an act. It just wasn't. So, you know, it can be in a video, as I get people chirping in my ear, which is, it can be in a video. It wasn't in the document that I was given to vote on. These resolutions are what we vote on. I'm sure our mayor would say, watch the video when we say something never went to a committee or he never told us about something. I mean, we got to put it down. We got to do a better job. So I can't vote for this. I'm not going to do that. I can't vote for the amendment. I hope we get back to the original, because I know for a fact that $20 million was negotiated in good faith with the highway director. I believe the chairman of the budget committee is still there. Most of that committee is still intact. That $20 million was negotiated in good faith now they might say, well, that was because of him doing that, but I don't know. I didn't vote for that. But I do know that his hot mix budget would have been a whole lot more if we had not told him he would be able to have this pool of 19.5. So that's what I got.
We've got a couple of 3 other people in the queue, but in an effort to move us along a little more smoothly than what we are now, I want you to remember that we're not legislating right at this point. Everybody understand? We're not legislating. I feel like I'm back in school trying to separate middle school students because somebody says something and I've just got to respond to that and it's meaningless. I know right now how I'm going to vote on this. I know right now how I'm going to vote on this issue, and I'll bet you know how you're going to vote on this issue. Enough is enough. We need to move on. Okay, Commissioner Becker?
I'll just say ditto to what Mr. Pomeroy just said. That's what I was going to say, and he did a much better job, so thank you.
Commissioner Mansfield?
Yeah, I'll just say it's good to hear that all the departments are in compliance on the POs except for the highway, which means they're in compliance with the Financial Management Act. You know, it is offensive to somebody say that it's about control when the citizens, to them, it's about accountability. It's a big difference. Problem is, for over a decade, this county's been like kids going wild, zero accountability. Whatever you want, we're going to give it to you. We'll raise taxes to do it. That's what's been happening. So now you got accountability on spending, and like 2 or 3 year-olds throw a tantrum because you get told no. Hardest word to say in the English language is no. We got a lot of big babies in this county. They throw hissy fits when they get told no. That's just a fact. So it's called accountability. And all of the departments are accountable and compliant except for one. This budget, I don't ever remember hot mix being removed or being underfunded. I have to disagree with the commissioner who said that. I don't remember that part of the budget process, that it was underfunded. That's just what the budget was put forward. That was approved in the budget committee. It had nothing to do with this $20 million. $20 million is gravy. I think it's a good idea to catch up from years of neglect. I'm in support of that. Also in support of this amendment that was discussed and approved by the budget committee. Understand, wasn't on a resolution. I didn't vote for this budget anyway because I didn't agree with stuff in it. So, don't know why you guys did. But when it comes to this holding people accountable think it's a great idea. If we really want to get stuff done, let's not be babies. Let's be adults. Let's follow the law. Let's collaborate and cooperate and get it done. Here's a way to get it done.
Commissioner Rogers?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No, there's one other.
I'll call the question.
Second.
All right, put that on the board, put that on the board.
We're calling for the question. Each commissioner record your vote.
Okay.
Oh, there it is. It's 13, oh, yeah.
All right. Commissioner Becker, you're the last one in the queue, hopefully.
Jerry.
Mr. Chairman, I'm curious. I don't know. This information would help me in this vote. I don't know of all the purchase orders that our county does. It's my understanding the school's not underneath there, so I guess it's not the entire county. But of all the POs that the rest of the county does, what percentage of the POs are for the highway department versus the rest?
I doubt he would even be able to respond to that tonight without, he's shaking his head.
I mean, just a
without researching
ballpark.
that. That's,
I mean, like if I'm the highway superintendent, I'm never going to agree to have somebody else do my POs for me when they're understaffed and it's going to take forever to get POs through the system. I don't understand, we talk about, hey, what's the plan? Let's do some planning. Like, has anyone laid out a plan? I mean, if we laid out a plan and say, hey, highway department will move the POs, we're going to hire 2 new employees in the finance department to do all this stuff to manage it all. Until that plan's laid out, there's a lot of things we've been talking about tonight. We just can't move something over without a plan to successfully, not just, drown in our processes. And so without this contingency we're talking about here, I mean, I just think it's not well thought out. It might sound good to some people, but it's not well thought out. There's not a process in place. There's not a plan in place to make that happen. So I'll be voting no for this, so let's vote.
okay. Since Mr. Becker has spoken, we have 3 more in the queue. We don't have to respond to Mr. Becker if we don't want to. Commissioner Boyd.
Sorry to cause so much pain for some people. So I did mention that I'd like to see more resources in financial. The next item up is the grant accountant. I understand. I'm coming back to it. If we want to talk about underfunding and we can't do this and we can't do that, then I would like to, after we've decided on this highway thing, and again, I want to go back to we have to give money for hot mix because the budget is underfunded. We will not have any hot mix to put down on the ground. Do I like how we got here? Not necessarily, but there's no other way. Can it wait? They're not out of money right now. Can we sit and argue again next month? Probably, but we're going to have to fund the hot mix or we're not going to have highway. But that's $3 million. We still got a lot more millions to go on this gift of $19 million that we're all going to talk about all year long. And I think we need to address our resources and decide where we need to go with this. But we need resources, and we need hot mix. So I'll be voting to support this because I know we need hot mix and we didn't fund it through budget. And I'm sorry that I didn't notice that at the time because I didn't, or I would have spoken up.
Commissioner Mansfield.
Yeah, this night gets even more bizarre and bizarre. You learn new things every night. First time I've heard that we needed more resources in the finance department. Had no idea. I was on budget until August. So when you're saying that you need more people, that's new information tonight.
Okay, let's give just a little bit of leeway. We're getting to the end of this, so
Well, I mean, everybody else gets to talk about it. I guess I just don't. I get the point of order.
let's go
It's all right.
ahead without explanation.
It's all right. That's no problem, no problem. Everybody else can talk about it. It's okay. So, but it's the first, we're talking about the reason nobody wants to vote for $3 million, or they don't want to put a contingency on it, is because they say we can't implement something because you don't have the manpower to do it. Well, that's all new information tonight too. So, I move to defer this back to highway for, I'll amend the amendment back to highway for November.
The motion, is that a motion?
There's a motion to defer, 13 votes.
Well, he could direct it to any committee.
I'll amend my motion and I'll send it back to budget.
Back to budget? All right, is the second in agreement with that? All right, motion and a second. We will, Mr. Brown, are you talking to that particular amendment? Okay.
The deal that we had was that the purchasing officer that the highway director had would come to finance. That would solve the manpower problem. It hadn't happened yet. He doesn't want to give her up. The other thing is, every time we talk about the plan to move forward with this purchasing situation, Toby says, David and I are talking about it. This is month after month after month. That's all we hear. There's no date, there's no deadline. It's just, we're talking about it. Either we're going to do it or we're not. I agree with Commissioner Boyd. If you don't like the Financial Management Act, let's change it. Otherwise, let's do it. Let's comply with the law. This is just making us look like fools. 12 years.
All right, we'll place this amendment on the board. And it will be this will be sending it back to budget.
Each commissioner records your vote.
Well, it's not going back to budget, so we'll, no one's in the queue though, we'll vote on the other amendment. Place that on the board.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Sum clarify
that.
It was a contingency.
That he comply with the purchasing order and that Kronos or not be funded, or be funded when he is in compliance.
Is there a time frame on that?
No.
Just to clarify, Mr. Chairman, it was for the purchase orders, not, the Kronos will continue the movement, but just the purchase orders because everybody else in the county, just to clarify.
All right. Purchase orders only was your motion? Okay.
And moving toward.
Okay. All right, we'll place that on the board.
Each commissioner records your vote.
All right, nothing there, so now we're voting on the main motion. Yes.
Each commissioner records your vote.
And that fails, so that, I'm assuming that would send it back to budget.
All right. Next item is to reassign the project grant manager from finance to county buildings department. I so move.
We had a motion and a second. All right, Commissioner Boyd.
So I recognize the need for two positions. We used to have, this may be more new information for people. We used to have in this county a project manager, and they were released for some reasons. Then we hired a grant accountant to do this work that we need to do. And they were removed to be a project manager and a grant accountant and over here and do stuff. I would like to say that I think we need both positions. A lot of our problems is that we have not been informed about projects. Golly, the whole courthouse was built without project management updates or reports. $100 million project without any project management reports. Before finance can give up a resource that they desperately need, I'd like this commission to consider funding a project manager from the fund balance for, what do we got left? Well, I mean, we're going towards July anyways. We have some money in there. We can have both. We need both. Our county's growing. We need both. Finance needs the resources. We need additional resources. We don't need to move this one out. Create another one if you want for projects. Create a job description for what they're going to do, because we need to get some reports. We have all these things going on. We have no idea. We're blind. All these, we have no plans. I mean, I think a lot of the problems that we're all going in circles is we have no reports. No one's coming in and reporting on what's going on. So I would ask, do not remove the resources from finance. If you need a project manager, then fund it out of the fund balance.
Commissioner Becker.
All right, so on the budget committee, during the budget committee, for those that weren't there or didn't watch or whatnot, the county mayor and the finance director both spoke, both agreed to move this position over from finance to the county buildings department. So again, both of them agreed that with this one resource to move from the finance to the county buildings department. So they agreed. There's no reason why we should not agree. I agree with what Commissioner Boyd just spoke to, and what I would like, I'm on the budget, I'd like the budget chair maybe for next month to put an item on the agenda of an additional resource. But for this specific agenda item, the finance director agreed, the county mayor agreed, we all agreed. So absolutely fully in support of this.
Commissioner Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion to just defer this 1 month.
To defer it for 1 month?
Yes, sir.
Is there a second? Did I hear a second? Second. Okay. Motion and a second. Any discussion? Let me see your hand if you want to discuss this. All right. On the motion.
I'll discuss
me.
that.
Okay.
I'm assuming the reason why that amendment would be made would be to address the other commissioner's concern for two. If you watch the budget, I spoke up about this, went back with the finance director, talked about years ago when I was chairman of the budget committee, we tried to get two positions in place to do this. Again, this has been going on for a long time, fighting over this. We talked about the math. I made an amendment in budget that did not pass. We basically did the math pretty quickly. We take into overtime and what we're really looking at about $20,000 is what, if we move this position back to where we just moved it out of and gave the finance director the ability to hire a new position, we figure that's going to be benefits all in $70,000 a year cost to the county. You take about the man hour and everything we're going in, the amount of overtime, our finance director said we're somewhere between 20 and 30,000. Don't let me do the exact number, but small money. So that amendment was made. as we talked about the committees and what they do. And so we did go through that, and it went through the due process. It got voted down that we would address that again at the upcoming budget cycle next year. I would tell you, since this has not been addressed since at least 2012, we just heard about the absurdity of not doing stuff from 2012. I think that was the first time this being brought up as a second position. So 2012 was not a good year for us here in Sumner County, because just a lot of stuff not finished from 2012. But this first came up then. So I don't know if that's the reason why he was going to send it back there, but that was vetted, talked about, and voted down to add the money to fund both positions right now. So really what we're dealing with is the finance director and the mayor both feel that this person, this position would be better in the mayor's office for the remainder of this year. That came out of both their mouths. So not saying that would change his motion or his second, but it did go through that, and maybe the 13 of us could vote to just go ahead and, add the $30,000 to the overall budget and hire the other person, but if that gives context to what we discussed.
Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just a little bit confused, and I want to hear from the finance director what was just said. Earlier in the night, we heard that they were severely lacking in resources, and now we're talking about taking somebody away from them that he agreed would be better to go away. Why wouldn't we just leave the person in place, leave her there, and then next month in budget, in a couple weeks, somebody bring up adding another position and see if it passes? Go ahead and keep this clean and just leave the person in finance wherever we've already moved them to. Can we ask him, does he need the resources or does he not need the resources? I want to know, because we're being told that he has said both things. So I would like to know, does he need the resources?
Director want to reply?
Yes, when the discussion came up, the main discussion was this particular position, which started out as I guess a grant accountant / grant administrator back in 2009-10. A lot of the work was going to be grant accounting. It never did happen. It ended up being predominantly grant administrator. There was a position abolished, and they become pretty much a project / grant person after that. At the same time, back in 2010, we adopted a resolution with all these requirements. It's actually in the 12 Act that we've never fulfilled. The discussion was, I can do anything you guys want, but here's the concern. If we're going to have the project management, somebody will need to do the original scopes. That would else be the mayor, Gen Ops, or whoever's legally authorized to do it. And then at the end of the projects, somebody's going to need to accept the building. We can do the financial portion. We could even do the grant or the management portion. That's not an issue. The portion is who's going to scope it and who's going to accept it. If we don't have a clear line of how that's going to happen, it probably needs to be figured out before we do any real movements. But what we really need in finance is actually a grant accountant, basically the person that's going to be looking at the paperwork, the financing, and make sure everything's all right. That's the portion that's willfully or woefully not being done well right now, or as well as it should be, if that makes sense.
So the person you have right now is not suited for that position as well as they could be?
That's not what I'm saying. They've actually already have duties. For instance, they are doing grant administration and project administration, such as construction, the courthouse construction, the parks. They're doing those items and more so than any kind of accounting function.
So are they not doing the work in the finance department? They're working outside the department?
Right now, they're still down until this was all settled, they're still down in planning.
So that's not a problem of the person not fitting the job requirements. They're still catching up on the work that they had going on before they got moved, right?
Yes, but that's the question. If we move them and we move this person in as a grant accountant, what are we going to do with the project management that's going on right now?
We need to, we all voted to put them in financial management department, so why would we not then look at hiring somebody if there is a shortage there later on? Why would we reverse the decision if they're capable?
Let's move forward with this.
It's really up to the commission. My comment was that if we take it over, there needs to be a process for scoping and accepting the work.
Mr. Chairman.
Outside of finance.
I'm just going to make a real quick comment if you don't mind. It's on old budget to hire another, or excuse me, old business in budget to bring on another resource. We didn't have time to do it that night because we just didn't have time to do any analysis on it. There is an understanding, and I tried to fix this last budget committee. There is an understanding that there needs to be two separate positions. That is well understood at this point. The primary reason why this existing role, the reason both the county mayor and the finance director believe that it needs to be moved over into the county mayor's office is because the county mayor has authority to accept sign off on project-based requirements. The finance department does not. The finance department has oversight on purchasing, purchase orders, et cetera. But if we were to complete a project, and that's what the existing role is doing, is tracking a project, that action is ultimately executed by the county mayor, who's the county executive, or the executive for the county. That is the purpose. It's a where does this thing fit?
Okay. Commissioner Teachner.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to state this before we move straight into adjournment and leave. I have a motion I'm going to make after this vote, and I just want to make sure it's clear. It's going to be a quick one, but I need to make a motion to reconsider in a second, and I just want to make sure I'm not forgotten about.
We have one more item after this.
Commissioner Boyd.
I'm sorry to have to ask, do we have a motion on the floor right now?
Yes.
Okay. Can someone tell me what that motion is?
There is a main motion. There is a main motion. May I answer, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
There is a main motion to reassign the grant manager from the finance to the county buildings department. There is an amendment to that motion to defer it for 1 month. We are on the amendment.
So we need to be speaking to the amendment.
I understand, but I think I have an answer, but it doesn't fit in with the amendment.
Right. Mr. Chairman, I apologize. Sorry, I'm not keeping up properly. We're past the amendment. We voted the amendment. It did not pass. It's not going. No, we didn't. I'm confused. I was right the first time. All right, getting late. Sorry.
So I don't know if this is
Why don't we dispose of this if this doesn't have to do with the
I think I have
amendment?
an answer. If we're saying we're going to send this back to budget next month to come up with another position, why can't we just do it? We're all here. We've all been through it for a whole hour now. Can we not, can I not make a motion that we create from the fund balance an employee position in county buildings for project manager? And then we have both.
I don't think we can go that big of a step without, I'll consult with the attorney and see what he advises, but.
We're outside of the scope of the amendment. We got to address that.
Yeah, we've got to stay on the amendment strictly right now.
Exactly. It's just, we all know it's going to come back next month, and then we're going to go through it all again, and it seems like that's the answer. It's rare that Kevin and I are in agreement, but I think the answer is two positions, and we're just going to go around.
Commissioner Pomeroy.
Due respect to the commissioner who previously spoke, I do think it's best practice that we don't call each other by first name often. To clear this up, for just to add, because I know people are talking, why if we have this, from my understanding, from what we talked about, which they did not address, the person we have now is trained to do the front end work, the scope, the project man, it's not an accountant. So we've taken a person and we've said we're going to move to an accounting function because we want to grant accountant. That person has not done any grant accounting yet because little, but that's not what we're primarily doing. She's still in the planning office. She's not even in the financial office as of right now. But from my understanding, again, I don't work here every day, but from talking to the finance director and from talking to the county mayor, the person that we are speaking about is more suited for the front end of this instead of the back end, and they're both in agreement on that. And that the finance department already has people that can execute the accounting piece of it once the scope gets done. But if the scope doesn't get done, it doesn't matter who's there to do the financial piece. So it still comes back to, it is two jobs, but then we talk about, because people say, well, why don't we just vote to leave this person in the finance department and hire somebody new? Because in my essence, at that point, we're really training two people to do the job instead of hiring somebody that knows how to do the accounting and let the person who was doing the project managing. So just on the amendment, that's what the mayor and the finance are both shaking their heads.
Let's hold this to the amendment as much as we can. That's to the next two people, Commissioner Teachner.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we amend that amendment to this request for budget adjustment to change this, instead of it saying between major categories, put it on appropriation and take all these line items and be fund balance, and that would fix it, and it's not putting anything new. It's legal to do that.
I totally do not understand what you're saying.
Okay. So I'm gonna let my counterpart back here explain it, if that's okay.
If you're talking about finding a new position, the easiest way to do it would be just change the appropriation to say appropriations, and then the left side where it's got the stuff taken out of finance, you just change it to unassigned fund balance. Then basically what would happen was Ms. Norfleet's position, or the project administrator / grant administrator, would go to county buildings, and with whatever's required of that funding, we would just hire or retain a grant accountant. It would kind of deal with the whole issue, if that was the will of the body.
That makes sense. Unassigned fund balance.
Okay. So much for taxpayers' money. We can't, we're creating another position here tonight.
There's a motion. I don't know if there's a second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I withdraw my motion. I withdraw my amendment.
All right. The amendment is up for a vote at this time because there's no one in the queue, and I want to do it before anyone gets in the queue.
To defer it. Yes.
No, it's deferment.
Deferment.
I did that and it failed.
What was the latest amendment? Who made the latest amendment?
That was a different.
Commissioner
We're
Wynn,
on the
would you
amendment.
state let's listen, state your amendment as you want it.
It's to defer this 1 month, so bring it back here next month.
Defer it 1 month to come back next month. All right, we'll put that on the board.
Each commissioner record your vote.
All right, we're back to the main motion, so I'll ask that the clerk place that on the board.
Each commissioner record your vote.
$11 to 10, that motion fails.
Okay, the item 20, or actually, this is a new item 25. This was the one pulled off the consent agenda. This is $7,500 for commission chamber microphones.
We have a motion. Is there a second? All right, well, there is someone in the queue. Commissioner Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I asked for this to be pulled off the consent agenda. So what issue are we trying to solve with new microphones? I just want to get clarity on that.
Apparently, there is difficulty in some of the commissioners being heard and commissioners hearing others.
And were there any alternative solutions tried?
I think this was about the most economical one that they have looked at.
Because and I'm just put this out there, it seems like there's one solution that, you know, it's, with that, it wouldn't cost anybody anything. It's just simply speaking into the microphone. You know, we'll see those who like to stand up, and when they're speaking out, and the microphone is down. Those who actually speak into the microphone, it's not going to cost the taxpayers $7,500 if we'll just speak into the microphone. So I don't know. It's $7,500. It's not the end of the world, but I just look at this as, you know, this to me is wasteful. You know, this is a problem it's not really a problem. It's a problem because somebody wants to stand up. Just sit down and speak into the microphone. Doesn't cost a dime. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We all heard that.
Okay, Commissioner Jones.
I just want to address his question. We have looked at this for 2 years now in general operations, and we've tried lots. And the fact that you're asking that question verifies that it's not as easy as telling people just to speak into the microphone, because I've been saying that ad nauseum. These are directional microphones. You're correct. You speak into the top of it like I'm doing right now, and people can hear you. But some people do not speak into the microphone. They speak right across the microphone, no matter if they're sitting or standing. And the people in the very back rows, 2 rows behind you, Commissioner Wynn, and from the other side, it's so far away that somebody on the back row over there to somebody on the back row over here, you cannot pick it up. So we did experiments with different microphones. I've got a box right here on my desk that we tried 2 of those with different people to try to get the microphones elevated. We came to the conclusion that a longer microphone would get it closer to people's mouths, and this is also going to correct the public speaking where people don't pull their microphones down to speak. I hate this more than anybody, spending $7,500 on ridiculous microphones. They're like $200-something a piece, but we've gone around and around with amplifier companies trying to get the original system modified and speakers swapped out to make them louder. This is the max that this system can put out, and if people don't speak into the microphone, we can't do anything but bring the microphone to their mouth. So I hate it, but this is the only solution we can come up with. I'd appreciate any support.
All right. I see no one else in the queue. We will vote on that. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. I think the ayes have it. Commissioner Teachner, you have something to reconsider.
Mr. Chairman, just because of the nature of needing what was going to be allocated, I make a motion to reconsider that we ask for the Highway Department to come into compliance under the 2012 Financial Management Act in order to transfer the funds of the $3 million for the much-needed hot mix.
That is the same motion of reconsidering for them to come in compliance. All right, let's put that on the board.
Which vote was he?
Which side of the vote was Mr.? No one won.
Plus it didn't pass.
The negative side can reconsider.
Wait just a minute, wait just a minute. Mr. Attorney.
Yes, it has to be a call from whoever voted to the negative on it.
The attorney, and I agree with him, it has to be someone that voted in the negative. All right. So did you vote in the negative? You did. All right. We're going to place that on the board then for reconsideration. Second. All right. Okay.
Yeah, we've got to get it on there before you can talk.
Yeah.
in hopes to get it back up, because this is a way that we can get this to him. This is the only way. I'm fine with it, wait until next month and go to highway, but this is the way we could get it to him tonight. That's the only reason to reconsider, so.
Commissioner Pomeroy.
I just don't remember exactly who voted for what. I'm not questioning the integrity of the other, but he voted no against his own motion just so he would have the ability to, is that, I mean, because that was his amendment, that was his.
Yeah, he can vote however.
Oh, I know, I just didn't know that did we verify that he voted no?
I'm sorry.
Yes, he said he
On the
did.
amendment, to be clear, he's correct. I voted yes on it. I'm not gonna accidentally say, that was an accident, but I'm not gonna be, so you're correct.
So he can't call for this because he was not on the prevailing side.
No one, it didn't pass either way.
The prevailing side.
Yeah, no,
I mean, he,
it's a no, the attorney, and I agree with that, so, all right, you are adjourned.